Hello.
I am getting my things ready. There are things happening. There is nonsense. There is. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. It's a wonder that I ever get shit working like right at the get go. Also, the music is way too fucking loud, and it never. Maybe at this point I should just like do what Chill Hop wants me to do, and that is just download their entire fucking like MP3 thingamadiggy and make it a playlist in this thingamadiggy. Hi there, Commander Zhao. Welcome to the stream. All right, Sir Dragon was the first person into the thingamadiggy. Welcome, Sir Dragon. Let's see, who else have we got? We got myself. We got Morse. We've got Grim. Hi there, Grim, and Bookie and Capricious. Date Kimmy Yama. What? Cap, the fuck you talking about? Does anyone know what she's talking about? Does anyone know what Cap's talking about? Boop. Thank you for the boops. I very much appreciate it. What's Cap talking about? What's this fucking nonsense? It takes several orders of magnitude to understand me. It only takes one magnitude for you to like speak with sense. That's where my conclusion is. It can take so many orders of magnitude, or it can just take you one. Sippy times. Weird sounds repeat on transition. Oh, you caught it that time. Let's have a listen. Oh. You are correct. I am hearing it. I am hearing exactly what you are talking about. Holy shit, 99% himbo. Nice work, Sir Dragon. I wonder why it's doing that. Like, the OBS volume shouldn't be captured by anything. It might be captured by something. I thought you were just making a beat right now. No, I was just doing what like Morse clipped. What? Yeah, it's a weirdy one, I'll be real with you. That is a weird, like, cause as far as I know, there shouldn't be any reason for the audio capture to get that. Making a beat for Kusaki's crown? Absolutely fucking not. Kusaki is way too big and has done the DJing for far too long for me to accomplish any sort of grab for power or anything like that. It's impossible. Pure fiction. It ain't gonna happen. It is what it is. So, ding dong. Where is... Do I need to tell any... I've told all the different Discord, different Discord servers. It's probably a case where I'm gonna have to contact... Because there were some people I sent a personal invite to. The zebra doth protest too much. He does protest, but quite frankly, it is a very valid protest. So, because Code's having dinner or breakfast right now. Where are my list of names? Forgot once again. Once again, I forgot to get the zebra unicorn for this game. There is so much I have been forgetting to get here. So many things. You're just waiting in VC. You're gonna join us? You're gonna join us for Party Animals? Is that it? What server were you planning on playing on? Right now I'm in the Asian server. Hang on, unlockable. Just there. Shop. Dink item shop. We are going to be going for a game of, if it will decide to show up. There we go. And it has its own little tune, so I'm going to pause my music. So then that way you can hear this fucking jackrabbit. And once again, I've missed out on the all-important, because there's no horse skin. Well, technically there is, but it's not really a horse. It is it's a unicorn. Can I join in to hang out? You can join in on the game. So I limit the peeps who can... Alright, hang on a second. I limit the peeps who can do the thingamadiggy. No foxkin either, which is a big letdown. Yeah, like, hang on a sec. Let me get hit back. So this is where we are. Is we've got Nemo, we've got this fucking Shiba. Like, look at this Shiba. And look at the here. We got a crocodile, a cat, which is... And what's more is, they made another cat. You have Garfat, which is basically just Garfield. They have another dog. Like, look, they made another dog. They made a third dog. A fourth dog. There's a third cat. Like, there's so many. And there is just one quote-unquote horse. And it's a fucking unicorn, of all things. There is no other horses. Oh, look, another fucking dog. It's... Ah! And then we got this weird-ass fucking Curtis. Look at this Curtis. Fucking weirdo. And then Bob. But yeah, like, if I wanted to go unicorn, I'd then be able to get this. But every time it's come into, like, the little item shop, I've not been able... No dragons, unfortunately. And then it's like, oh, maybe I can go boxer. And it's, like, unlocked with achievements. So, hang on a second. So I need to... What are the achievements required? Because I think I've seen the achievement. So, filter by... What's the reward? Gold tooth. Nope. Nope. Let me find it. Earn a 3-star in the tutorial. Party up. Party up with the quick match. Party up and win 10 consecutive matches. Party up and win 5 consecutive quick matches with friends gives you the Dark Boxer unicorn skin. Like, there's so many that I would need to get wrong. Alright, I need to move some people into chat. Let me grab yous. And you. Hi.
Hello.
Daijobu desho datekimi yo mama.
You just said it with like an even lower bass, and I'm just like, I have no fucking clue. This is a side of memes I do not fully understand.
It is because of my youth.
Ah, yes.
How fucking young are you?
I am just like 21. The funny number, if you will.
That's not... oh, there's someone else! Hi!
Oh, this is using my old thing.
Yeah, because I haven't, like, customized it. Or at least I don't think I've done any customization and such like that. But you should be able to change it in, Fugi React and such. Hi there, unnamed.
Hello. Hold on. Let me just get my audio all corrected or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Also, I need to plug in a controller because this is like Gang Beasts, where precise mouse movement means fuck all. There is low thingy-madiggies in here. All right, and then
I'm surprised that I'm the only one with like the actual like mouth movement.
oh, you feel like oh, I have mouth movement. Look at this, chat.
Yeah,
Look at this.
my
Look at all this articulation and like shape key nonsense, and then look over at fucking the guests right over here.
I'm literally the best though. I'm literally that woman. I'm literally that girl, if you will. See, I even got the lip flaps.
So many shape keys is what Commander Zhao says. Yeah. See, like, you know, Morse with a single noise, just meh. He's got his shape key. See? Perfect shape key right there. Perfect.
Yeah. What more do you need? Also, I'm trying to.
I wonder if I need to shrink my because this is like bottom middle guest zoom TTS. Lol. Don't.
Hello.
Oh, hang on.
Oh.
That was a slow zoom. It was slowly zooming in, and then there we go. There's the jump scare.
Emotional damage.
And Furry Cure is saying emotional damage. All right. Do I have you as a friend on this? Oh, team code. Here we go. All right. Let's see. Who's the... Let's see if I can post it into Zebras. Bink, bonk. There we go.
GrantZeebs is a cutie.
Hi there,
It's
Masonic.
actually my first time booting this game up, so I have no idea what to expect.
Oh, if this is your first time, you have to go through the tutorial.
Yeah.
All right, speed run.
Yeah, speed running time. Good luck. If you can, actually, I'm gonna try and speed run it again. Hang on a second. Because if you can speed run through this, if you can get 3 stars, you get a what's a Mahuzi thing? You get a costume. I didn't know you had this game. I've been advertising for a month I would be playing this game, Dazzy.
For further research.
What were you doing this last month?
Throughout
Hang on a sec, I should really mute my Discord so they don't have to hear my, like, you know, objections and all this kind of shit.
During the
I've been having this advertised for so long!
company just can't care less
So
about
long!
it. Now,
What it will...
let's
Just,
test your
it's that
observation
fucking, like, meme from fucking
Take a look
Peaky
around.
Blinders is, what do I have to do to make people fucking listen? Streaming 72
Nice.
hours away.
Let me just open this cage for you.
This is a new tutorial. I do not remember this one. There we go, and then run. Also, I need to unmute
Illegal
myself.
intrusion detected.
Dink.
Releasing Terminator 3000.
Dink.
Terminator 3000 activated. Defense system now online.
Oh, Mad Cat is here. Phew. Take some time to catch your.
Oh, we got a little. So yeah, this is a.
Next up, you need to make it. See that cube thingy over there? Pick it up and bring it to the pressure sensor outlined in yellow.
Oh, they made it into a companion cube rather than a random fucking cube.
Mine one was just a random cube.
See
Oh.
that lever thingy?
Easter egg.
Just pull it to.
All right, I'm gonna need to reset this entire thing. I'm trying to speed. I'm trying to speed run this nonsense. Leave tutorial. We're gonna go back into it. We're gonna speed run this thing. I had the first, but as soon as you're streaming, my dumbass decides to fall back asleep. If you need to fall asleep, Furry Cures, maybe you should get some sleep. Wait, isn't it like midnight for you, unnamed?
It is actually 3 a.m.
Welcome to
goodness.
the research facility. All your behavioral data will be.
Oh my god, it is fucking. They're making all kinds of Half-Life references in this game. Like, what the hell?
Just so you know, during the experiment, if you get your head squashed by the door, the insurance
Why do
company
you have to
just
get me
can't
stuck
care
in
less
here?
about it. Now, little
Needs to be a
pup,
frame perfect run.
let's test your
Commander
observation
Zhao is
abilities.
absolutely correct.
Take a look around.
So yeah, Cap's gonna go going through the tutorial. Have you gone through this game previously, Morse, or
Let me
unnamed?
just, open this cage for you.
I
I did
did
the
the
tutorial.
tutorial, and that was it.
All right. Speedrunning time.
Illegal
I got
intrusion
beat the shit out of the croc.
Releasing Terminator 3000.
There we go.
Terminator 3000.
Phew. Take some time to catch your breath. Next up, you need to make it. See that cube thingy over there? Pick it up and bring it to the pressure sensor outlined in yellow.
Damn, he just
See
drop
that
kicked my ass.
lever thingy? Just pull it to close the door. Come on, give it a go.
Oh, they want me to throw the
Lift
shit.
this white cube thing.
He just
throw it
SD'd.
across the gap.
There we go. Oh, I just ran and.
Attention to all security guards. Illegal intrusion detected in the monitoring room.
Well, what you waiting for?
Oop.
Come on, throw some punches. Now, little pup, climb that net over there and get to the next room.
Damn. No.
This is. There's a little more speed running nonsense to this.
Attention to all security guards. Illegal
Oh,
intrusion detected in the power room.
This isn't good. I'm already fucking up the run.
You can climb back up from the ladder on the
Which
left.
animal do you think is the most Johnny Cage in this game?
Oh,
That one.
all of it, it's the fucking crocodile.
You see that shovel? Just take it.
Attention to all security guards. Illegal intrusion detected in the monitoring room.
Earned a
Oh,
3-star.
snap. A lizard jewel this time.
I got the
Time
golden
to
pig.
prove your fighting skills.
Organism verification successful.
Illegal intrusion detected.
There better not be like a hidden exit. Alright, here we go.
Terminator 6000 activated. Defense system now online.
Go. Pray for me, chat.
Yeah, baby.
Eh! Stop humping the ropes and just jump.
Alhamdulillah, you'll make it.
There we go.
Your IQ test is ending. Now evaluating. The overall IQ score is 2, 5, 6.
Pull it, then take a leap. I've got some dog cookies for you.
Oh, there he is. This fucking Johnny Cage dude. Get off
Okay,
me.
I am
Cage.
absolutely dumb. Where do I put the code?
Alrighty, hang on a sec.
They're gonna put you down like New York City.
This has a lot of tutorials. Where's going on?
Okay, I don't remember any of this from the tutorial.
I don't
Yeah, I just did it,
either.
and that's not in there.
They
None of
definitely
this was
changed
in
the last
here.
couple of days, yeah.
I got 2
Yeah, no.
stars for that one, so.
Oh, there's just multiple tutorials.
Oh, so there's like, you could just randomize into one. Incredible.
Oh.
Alrighty. Oh, we got another person to add in. Hang on a second. Hello.
Bite them.
No, don't bite them.
Bite.
What? No.
Alright. Alright, I'm gonna create a custom game. It's gonna be... let's go arcade. Let's see, we got...
You
Oh,
can change the bar in there.
I've
Oh,
locked myself in the tutorial.
oh my goodness.
Wrapped.
Alright, here we go. We're gonna go the beat up bridge, because that sounds like fun. Hello, Sashera. So,
How much? We've been playing Baldur's Gate all day.
not fair enough. I've only just finished Act 1 with my buddy Code.
We only kind of just started Act 2 recently. Big miss.
Big mess. Alright,
So
so
miss.
let's invite that to you. Well, there's got to be a way of being able to give a code to people. Settings. Random teams. X, Y. Oh, this is... They do not have an easy code like it is for the quick thingy-madoogs.
If you put the lock on, I think you can.
Okay.
Man, I can't wait for my next commission. I'm gonna make a Johnny Cage. No, wait. Not gonna make a Johnny Cage. I'm going to purchase Mortal Kombat and become the Johnny Cage.
Oh my gosh, I've actually enjoyed the Mortal Kombat 1 story. That was great, and then I want to get through more of Invasion. I am so terrible at... Are you the one that told me about I need to learn about my... What was it? My potatoes and
Breads
carrots?
and butters.
Breads and butters. What? Who the fuck invented that? It's like, oh yes.
That's just been a fighting game term since fighting games.
It's like, oh, you gotta learn your bread and butter. Like, why did... They could have, you know, called it your ABCs. I feel like would have been a better one.
And bread and butter just caught on easier than ABCs.
Oh. Oh, I just learned something.
What have you learned?
Okay, so Ripper is someone like in the Twitter or Twitch thingy-majiggy that I aware of, essentially like that. Morris might know them, Sasha might know them because they're an Aussie programmer and such like that. And they were like, oh, wouldn't it be great if... I think they pointed at, like, fucking, like, Scribbly Noodles stream or something like that to be like, oh, just set 200 hours aside to learn DCS. And I was just like, oh, you're one of those. You're one of those people where it's like, oh, it gets good after 100 hours of learning this fucking, like, system of advanced, like, aerodynamics.
It does.
What?
What?
Who said that?
I did. Unnamed did.
What do you mean it gets you do it too? You're in the DCS?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Oh, you... God damn it.
What's the DCS?
All right, so the DCS is a... Let me zoom out. The DCS is Dynamic Combat Simulator, unnamed. Is it true that it's just literally you fly planes and they crash?
No. That's a common misconception. Actually, what it is you spend about 3 hours trying to get the things to start up, and then maybe you'll take off.
3 hours of like actually doing all the things of like, you know, hitting the starter switches and doing like the checks and the light controls and such.
And if you don't do the procedure correctly, it just won't start.
Where did you post the code?
I have not posted a code yet because... Hang on a second. I've also forgotten the code. I need to unlock it. All right. Alrighty. So... Because I think the way they want... Like, when it gets to custom games, I think the way you get into it is you've got to find the name. I'm in the agent server. Hi there, Star Platinum. You got to find... So I got Himbo Zebra's Game, which is a custom. And then I've once again forgotten the code already. I'm just gonna leave it unlocked, and then that way, like, maybe I'll remember. All right, people I may know. Cap.
Yeah. I'm still in the tutorial. I'm just putting these two lizards in the ground real
throwing
quick.
stuff at Dazzy and DMs because he's a dummy and forgot again.
Oh my... Don't worry, I forgot to get the zebra unicorn skin.
I had a feeling you might. I was like, oh
no. I was busy playing Baldur's Gate. Playing Baldur's... Oh, you got me distracted. Anywhoosies, so... Ripper was like, I was like, oh, you're like my housemate. And I used his handle, which is Quaggles. And he's like, oh yeah, I know Quaggles. And I was like, no, you fucking don't. You're lying to me. I know DCS isn't big, but it's not that small where you're gonna know this random fucking Australian. And he's like, yeah, I did. And he's made a mod for it. And I was just like, excuse me? So yeah, and then I messaged my housemate of just like screen capping the chat, and I'm like, do you know a guy named, and Ripper gave me the username. So yeah, and he's explaining that he's like, oh yeah, he would most likely have known him because he made a mod called the DCS Input Command Injector. A mod to add custom inputs in your end user profile instead of modding the game for each aircraft. Preventing commands from being lost when DCS updates. Good for them. Is there random people popping up? Oh, there is random people popping up. Oh my goodness. Alright, so we got Sashera. We got Morris. Oh, we could have easily have done it. Alright, let's see. Cap's stuck in a tutorial and shit like that, so let's do
Okay, just beating my ass.
Nah. I'll be real. When they decide to throw you, oh, here's a fighting tutorial, they're like, oh, let's just make it a little bit difficult. And I'm like, I don't know how I should feel about the difficulty curve of this tutorial.
I'm getting shot at.
Alright.
I like the Ori's.
I'm not flexing, it's fine.
Oh, what the why do you have the Ori, like, skin from the Blind Forest?
Because that was a collab that they did, and I saved up points to get it.
Oh, no, I missed the
I
nunchucks.
played this game way too fucking much.
Yeet.
Wow.
You deserve it.
Fucking wow. You're fucking wow. Banana.
Oh no.
That time.
Come on, wake up.
No.
No! Oh no! Get up! There we go.
Oh!
Nap time.
Nap
Damn.
time.
Wake up, wake up.
Damn.
Oh!
So is this just animal gang beasts?
Yes,
Pretty
it
much.
is.
Banana.
Oh,
Banana.
Jesus. I need to try and pick you up properly and then. Oh, no! No! Don't gang up on the streamer! Ah, no, don't you dare, don't you dare. Throw you off the edge. Ow. Oh,
There
no.
was a perfectly good open edge to your left, Crash.
Shut up. Ah! No!
No.
Yeah, you can join us, Code.
Moon pie. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Don't let go. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, let go.
Yeah.
Let go. Let go. Oh, here we go. Oh. Amazing.
Right. Not this
Also,
time.
why have I been segregated?
Oh, you have been moved a little bit far back, haven't you?
Oh my gosh. Oh, no, do not.
Racism against wolves.
No,
No, it's
Sash,
just,
no,
it's just
stop.
the gravity from my fat gut is just pushing you back further.
Pretty sure that's not how gravity works.
Anti-gravity. Oh, is one of those? Oh, one of those is Ori.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Someone's got their in-game mic on.
Oh, is it me? No, my mic's off.
Maybe me?
Oh, it is me. I can see it turning on.
Beating the crap out of the logo.
No.
I love that you can do that in the title screen. Oh, you fuck.
It takes a little bit of time to load, though, I've noticed. Probably something they'll fix up later on. Oh, and the notes fall down, and they make it they make a note when they fall down.
Ow! Oh no, you don't. No.
Oh, no.
Come with me!
You got us. Oh no, the bridge is worse. Hey.
Up.
Oh, it's falling down. Oh gosh.
Hello.
Oh, did I just knock myself? Yeah, I did.
I was kicking you.
Wait, how do you kick?
Oh no.
Also, Grant, I'm not sure if you know, but there is a zebra uni.
There is. I keep forgetting to buy it. Sash
I
reminds
told him
me.
twice now when it is up, and he keeps forgetting to log on again.
Get your butt out of here!
Can't you just buy it from the locker room? Hang on, let me have a look.
No, get off
That's
me!
got that
Get
Fortnite
off me!
ass.
You wanna come with me? You wanna?
No!
Everybody.
Alright, Dazzy's in the waiting room, by the way.
Oh my god! All right,
I'll drag him in. I'll
Alright.
drag him in. I'll get him.
Thank you, Code. Thank you for being my favorite moderator. Oh,
You're
just
very welcome.
socks me right in the jaw, right at the
Hello,
get-go.
Dazzy.
No, you.
Whoa! Barrel. Hey!
We've got you. Oh gosh, poor Coast is poor Cap is being pushed
There we go.
further off the screen.
I like this.
This has got to be discrimination.
No.
Get off! No!
I think we may need to shrink the
No, we don't.
Alright, you guys can cut it out.
No, get.
Thingo.
Oh.
Psych!
Why
Psych!
did you remind me the first Friday of the month?
You done juked me.
Psych! Oh my god.
Doing animal audio.
Oh.
Yeah, we are.
Enjoy.
Oh, okay, nap time.
Up to go. Oh.
Not like this.
Oh. Fucking.
Is this game made by Australians? Because I'm
Yes,
looking at
I
this
believe
game.
so. Gang Beast was, and there we go.
No.
No! Oh,
Wait, which skin are you looking at there, Cap?
I'm looking at Barbie's skins, and he has a skin called AFL Barbie,
no,
but it's
no,
like
no.
gridiron.
AFL Barbie, hang on.
Barbie's the gorilla.
Okay.
oh no! Oh!
Yeah, it looks more like American Football League, but I get what you mean with AFL.
All right, hang on.
Rolling.
All right, let me fix the Discord thingy-majiggy.
Speaking of football, up the fucking Panthers for that dub at the grand final this year.
The what? I don't follow. Get off! No, Morse!
Moment of weakness.
Moment of weakness. He's fixing his stream. Get him!
Yeah, exactly.
I can get a claim from this, from watching stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, we can?
Yeah, there's drops
Yep, there's
enabled.
drops on this.
Alrighty then.
Ow.
Man,
Hang on, it disappeared. I was trying to see what claims I could get.
did Code fart in the stream? Because it seems like someone dropped a bomb.
Just shot myself. How?
Hey, it wasn't me, okay?
Oh.
Oh!
I didn't fart in the stream, Grant, okay?
Okay.
It wasn't me at all.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Your fault.
Uh-oh.
So you can earn some of those doggy bits by the cookies by getting the Nemo bucks, can't you?
Yeah, and by
yes,
playing
you
the
can
game.
convert it, yeah. But you get a heap from just playing, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, we should turn
Oh,
off the
enjoy.
microphone too.
Oh no. Well, I guess I'm fine.
Don't fall, Grant! Don't fall!
Your mhms are just forcing me to try harder.
Well, this is not ideal.
Is it Sashera doing the Ori skin?
Yeah, Sashera's in the Ori skin. Get her.
I can't. I'm not in the game.
All right. People throw bombs at her. Get off me, Morse.
Wait, can
Let
you actually,
go.
can you actually...
Sticking you with me.
No. Die.
I wonder if there's actually mod, like, you know,
guys having fun down
things
there?
for this.
Oh! Oh!
Ah!
Hang on, I have to
And that is what we call
others.
hubris, chat. Oh. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Nope, I'm fighting.
Don't worry, when I get in, I'll kill Sash for you guys.
No party animal stuff.
I got a drop. I got 1 egg coin.
One whole eggy coin.
Yeah?
Uh-oh.
Just go together. Just go together. Why don't you take the wheel?
No, 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 yes! Yes!
Time to play the gashapon.
No.
Oh.
Wait, who won? Was this Shashira hang on?
Yeah, Shashara hanged on at the last minute.
I
She did it. Nice work.
I may be on Sash's team, but I'll kill her.
Now just to fuck
Me.
shit up
You
in
think, you think
the...
Sash is a fucking nightmare? Wait till you see me for Sash.
Amazing. Add his friend. Add his
Just get
friend.
thrown
There's
at.
unnamed. Add his friend. There we go.
I love this. I love this.
It's such a silly game with friends, honestly. It's great.
Alright, invite me over.
Alrighty then.
Wait, hang on, can I just... Nope. Okay, I thought maybe I could just do...
Let's go with red, because the first 10 minutes is going to be me and Sash killing each other. That's what else is left.
You're on teams. Like,
I don't care.
Alright.
Yeah, Dazzy does not actually.
Wait, wait, me.
There
Hang
you
on,
are.
hang on.
Wait. Oh, yeah.
I'll invite Cap. I got it.
Okay. Yeah, because she's not on my list for some reason. Weird. There we go.
Why? What's with the bork and the meow meow meow?
I don't know. All right, we're ready. Let's.
Hang on. So
I'll take you along.
Morse is the only one in green. Poor Morse.
Can make it 8v8, by the way.
Put me in green. Put me in green. Give Morse to Sash. I'll do it myself.
Oh. Change position. There we go.
Morse, go red. Go red.
Alright, I do not like Typhoon. It's terrible. We'll give these a try. Alright. Let's...
Wait, move Morse red.
Sorry, I'm bad at UI apparently.
Oh.
No, this UI is also just...
Cookie.
We have to use a controller.
Alright.
Time to kick everyone's ass.
Alrighty then, Code. It's you and me
Time to
against the
kick
world.
ass.
We're at Gator Valley.
So I actually played the demo way back in 2020.
Oh.
They have
Do you have
added.
the pigeon?
I do have the pigeon.
Jealous.
Hang on. Hang on. Boom.
Yep.
Pigeon.
Pigeon is only for those who played the demo, so
Amazing. It actually looks pretty good.
look at that pigeon. He's seen some shit.
Alright, I'll just go cow.
Moo.
Mer.
Do you not have this unicorn yet?
No.
Yeah, I reminded him last night and he forgot again.
And Sash has got already.
Fuck Dazzy!
You little punk. You little rat ass bird. Get out of here. Fuck. Wait, I can swim. I can swim.
Swim!
Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh,
Oh wait, no, sorry. Sorry, Grant. Sorry, Grant.
We're on the same team.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
Really?
Yes, we
Are you
are.
really though? You really though? Right, where the fuck is Dazzy? Come here!
Check out Morse.
No. No. Leave me alone. Hey, don't pick on the bird.
Come on, wake up! Oh!
Bird. Crash down in the morning.
Not the crab! Oh, no!
One day, train, okay, just gonna do baby about feed it.
No!
Yeah.
You put it down like yours.
Oh, you can actually buy items to throw at people. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh! So close.
Nah.
No, let go.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Sashera with the drop kick.
Oh, code, sorry.
No, Sashera, no.
Oh.
I'm a little bit of a grandma in this game, I apologize.
Oh no, not like this.
Who's grabbing my tail? The fuck? Oh, bye.
Grant, no, you were supposed to. Ah.
Once again.
Get him.
Oh!
Alright, time to... No, damn it.
With the bananas, I suggest throwing them from downriver so that they go up the bridge.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
I'm...
It was like a red team win.
We did it.
Yeah.
Someone just sucked me in the face and I just went down.
Alright, here we go. Oh.
As you should be like
Where's that?
fuck? No. No.
Come on, Cap. Into the water you go. You need a bar.
You smell it.
You little twat.
Satch.
I crit violence. I crit violence.
You get me first.
Headbutt.
Oh,
No.
My glasses. My glasses.
My glasses now.
Sashera, how can you knock off my glasses like that?
Who threw that?
Oh god, that was so perfect. Holy shit.
Hi, Sashera. Oh.
Ha. Oh. Okay.
Oh, no.
Ah, the frying pan.
No! Got you!
Oh fuck. Oh.
Excellent.
Oh fuck! No!
Watch out.
Captain's just like, if I'm going, I'm taking you with me.
Oh, nice save, nice
I
save.
want my spinach.
Clutch up, yellow.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Wah!
She powered up.
Yellow the bone.
Clutch.
Alrighty. Here we go.
Son of a bitch!
Oh!
Damn, Desi.
No.
Oh, thanks, boss. Hey, yeah! Oh.
Get the...
Aha, I live!
Oh,
Cap! No! Plunger out of my...
And if you want,
Plunger is in a very appropriate place!
I can see that.
No!
Uh-oh, I'm dead.
No, not the team!
They're not the other!
Oh.
We're just the
Dang,
best.
yellow,
We're just the best.
clean sweep.
We're just the best.
Very powerful.
Damn.
Very powerful indeed. Alrighty.
Kill him!
I'm getting caught in the middle.
You
Ow.
put it
Oh, it's
down.
randomizing teams between games. That'll be good, actually.
That'll be good.
Ooh, yeah.
Me. I'm lead. No!
Level up.
Level 1. Alright, add us.
Just Sashera is the only one that survives the photo.
You're the fucking high kid.
Oh, it's the black hole lab.
Oh no.
Black hole evolution.
Alrighty.
They only had a few. I only remember a few of the levels from the demo. Was the plane, the Aztec ruin, and I don't believe it might have been this one.
I feel like
Okay,
this was on the
I'm on
demo,
red now,
but I could
okay.
be wrong.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Like Pigeon's gonna punch me.
No!
Oh,
you,
Dazzy, we're on the same
you
team.
picked me up with such efficiency there,
This
Code.
is bad.
Such efficiency.
Come on, Nazareth, into the hole.
Yeah, about that.
No, Chris, no.
Oh god, what's happening with the yellow team? Get like off my foot.
Oh, that was close.
ow. We've saved ourselves.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
No, Nazareth, no, buddy.
Oh, sorry.
Oh. someone's gonna get a can of whoop ass.
Yep. Literally.
No, a name saved me!
Oh, God.
Damn it! No.
Oh, not yet.
Oh. No. I was so close.
Dreadnought, thank you for the follow.
Oh, my stamina's out.
We're playing Party
I was
Animals.
like, why can't I kick?
Oh my.
No.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh, I got grounded.
Oh, right in there.
Jazzy, don't you fucking No!
I got turned into bird patties.
Oh.
Sorry.
MC, what the fuck?
There we go.
I come from the shadows and leave
You,
in the
you
light.
rat, you fucking rat.
Ow!
Come on, Satira.
No,
Here you go.
No. In the hole with you.
No! You little
There
gremlin.
goes your glasses. There goes your glasses.
Oh, my glasses
You're in the
again.
black hole now.
Oh, I got knocked out by my own drum.
That's what you deserve, you fucking rat.
No! No!
Move it over.
No.
Can't swing it now. Can't swing it now. Oh shit.
Yeah, I can.
Oh, I tried.
No.
Oh, shit. Oh, there goes Morse. Morse, what the fuck?
Surprise! Oh, fuck.
We need to redo the controls on this.
No,
I hate
Dazzy! No, Terry!
Oh, yeah, no, definitely
Y button.
flip jump and Y, like A and Y around.
Hi, Grant.
Because it makes no fucking sense.
Yes!
Yeah.
That's what you deserve, Grant.
Can I do it in? Can I do it in game? Oh, I
I
can.
got on my head.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Oh, controller vibrations gotta be on.
There you go.
Oh, I'm on my own. That's why I'm like, oh, do I have a buddy?
Yeah. Oh no! Wait.
Hang on.
Oh god.
You can do it, Daz.
No.
No, come on. Sash, grab the chain. Sash, grab
Okay.
the
I'm
chain.
winning! I'm winning for the team!
Let's grab the chain, Sash. Oh! You're not gonna escape me, friend. You're coming with me.
No.
Oh.
We die together for RNG.
Oh, nice
Oh,
work.
so close.
Alright, that'll be
Damn, you're fiending.
Yeah, this is why Dazzy and I shouldn't be on the same team, by the way.
You're just too powerful.
The friendly fire! What the fuck?
Wait! Oh, hello.
Fighting back to back there, just like fucking yeah.
Yeah!
You guys good?
Yeah, we're good.
Anyway.
No.
Why?
No.
Left you alone. I could have killed you, Grant.
Goodbye, pigeon!
Why, Grant? Why? I thought we were friends.
No friendship in Party Animals.
We D&D together.
This isn't D&D. This is
Why
Gang
am I so
Beasts.
fragile?
Oh, you're so lucky I got the wrong angle.
Oh, get off me! Get off me! No! Don't you dare!
Throw me faster!
Right in.
Oh, that's the wrong thing! There we go.
Me and Sash? No, it's Grant's lives, pal.
Ah! Stop
Dazzards, I
it!
don't think holding on to that is gonna help you very much.
It will. The second black hole is fine.
I don't know.
Oh, just.
Oh no!
Sash, kill him!
Right? There's a bomb.
I nailed Grant.
No! No!
I hit Grant with the bomb.
No! Get off me! No! Ow! Ah, no!
This is why me and Sash get in the same team.
Okay.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
Noted.
we play this too much.
Oh, the two of, even though there was like a chance of, I got rid of Dazzy though. That's the thing. Thank you for the hyper himbo, Commander Zhao. All right, where's me? There's me. Me, I'm lead.
Kiora, you
Hi.
son of a bitch! Get back here, Shaka!
That's amazing.
That's a good group shot. That one's got to be saved.
That one's awesome. I saved it, so. Broken. Oh, this is the one on the plane.
Yeah, so this one was in the demo, and I fucking hated it.
Broken Arrow, is that a Call of Duty Zombies reference?
This could also.
Broken Arrow is an operation US military.
Also, like, Broken Arrow is like a thing from Native American, like, prior to the invention of the U.S. Constitution and shit, where whole slew of what's-mahoozies
It gets
from
rid of the cobalt again.
the eastern what's-mahoos. Bam!
Ow! Why, Grant?
What?
Why?
Ow.
Ow.
I'm taking you with.
No, Cap, I'm on your. No!
That's good down here?
Oh wait, am I on my own?
Maybe.
Uh-oh.
No,
I thought it was
do not
being-
interfere!
Oh,
You're coming with me, you son of a
Oh wait,
bitch!
Morse, we're on the same team. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's why I was like, hold on. Just trying to
Run, Morse!
avoid.
Run, Morse!
No! No!
Oh,
Hold on, Clyde! Clyde, you fool!
no!
I'm trying!
No!
I'm trying!
Long live the king!
I'm sorry, it's a shame. It wouldn't let me
He
in!
likes being
I'm sorry,
Morris.
Morse. I did
That's
warn
all.
everyone.
That was great.
Oh, it's bad for me.
Oh no! I drop kick too early.
Oh, that was a good drop kick.
You son of a
Sorry,
bitch!
good face.
I'm gonna put you in a fucking box. I swear to God.
Get him, Tashara! Get him!
Ah! Oh, fuck. Oh my god, the bananas. Don't let him have the shovel. Don't let him have the shovel. Don't let the kobold have the shovel. This the Grant!
See, Grant, you fool!
I was trying to do
Yeah,
a kick.
he just high jump kicked himself off the edge.
See, that's one thing I hated
Oh
about this
my
level.
God.
High jump kicks are way too risky on this level.
Yep. Unless
That's
you
like
know
that's
the
my bread and
angle.
butter.
Oh fuck! Oh god. Oh god.
Hang on.
No, 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 no!
Skinner.
Damn it!
Long live the king!
Right, that kobold has to be stopped.
We must stop this
Fucking
kobold.
has to be stopped.
All right, truce. We're getting rid of Dazarus.
No.
No!
Nah, Capri said no truth.
How do I celebrate my victory?
Why am I getting
Kill
electrocuted
Dashi.
too?
Oh, that's bad. I might be dead. Yeah, I'm dead.
No, Cap, no!
Now Morse.
Think about.
He's been
think about the
riding.
together.
No, unnamed. No. You son of a bitch.
Okay.
Ducking party.
No, no.
You can do
Stop
it,
picking-
Code, I believe.
Stop picking on the pigeon! Stop picking on the pigeon!
No,
Run!
Morse,
Run,
don't you
Morse,
dare.
No! Yes! No!
Yes!
Morse!
Throwing! Throw them! Uh-oh. Someone give the pigeon a taser!
In you son of a bitch!
No, Morse!
No, come back
Note
here, Taser,
yourself,
come back
don't
here.
let the pigeon have a taser. Oh!
Kill him.
No, leave me alone, Grant. Leave me
No,
alone.
I
You
need this victory. I need this
No.
victory. Give me this victory.
No! No!
Get bananas!
No!
Wait, I think Brett died first.
I died first. Oh.
Yay!
All right. Once again, truce. We're getting rid of Dazzy.
Ah!
We're getting rid of Dazzy.
Why?
Because you're too
Oh, no,
powerful,
no,
sir.
What do you mean? I'm just chilling. I'm having a good time.
Uh-huh. Oh, you have a don't let him have the taser.
Where's?
Dude, don't let me have the taser or don't let Dazzy have
damn,
the
well,
taser.
that was a punch. Oh shit, Caprice, we can talk about this. Fuck!
I'm named. I mean, I'm named. I'm named.
Is this allowed?
Ah! Yes, maybe.
Just ran
Probably
off.
not.
God damn it.
Oh, nope.
So get it out of here. Okay, look, it was probably allowed before you yanked on it, probably not. Back of the weekend.
Yeah, why? Why?
Just hit my own head.
Yeah, don't knock yourself out.
Cat with the fucking taser.
I love the
No, 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 no.
Wonder his butt.
No, you son of a.
unnamed sacrifices himself for the win.
Oh. Alright, there's Morse again. Oh, god damn, Morse.
Damn!
Oh!
Damn! Oh! Oi!
Oh, first casualty. Alright, where's Dazzy? There he is.
Give me the damn shovel. I want the. Oh, there we go. I'm holding it weird, but okay, this'll do.
No.
I'm sorry, the chat.
Be careful of Dazzy. He's the real threat.
Hello, oh god.
Ow! Don't throw things at me. Throw them at Dazzy.
Yeah, Code's doing the sneak strat. Pigeon's doing the. Oh! Banana
yeah.
Nice work.
Banana Philippi.
Just
There we go.
whapping it around from behind my bum.
Fine,
No.
fuck it, no weapons. I'm going for blood. Bye, Grant.
Oh, okay, that was close.
Yes.
That was close.
Damn it.
Come with me, Grant.
Oh, no. Come on.
No! Not the ice gun! I hate that thing! Someone just joined who joined the game just then?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Did you set it to private?
No, not yet. Yes!
Oh, Greg got away.
Yes! Wait, who's still? Yes!
Someone called, I don't know what their name is.
Jamal.
Doll monkey?
Yeah.
It might be a friend. We'll see.
Ow. Careful, the nunchucks. You can knock yourself out. You can knock yourself out with those.
Oh, wait, hang
I
on.
think he's listening. I think he's more interested in Wawa.
He's not
Wait,
in
can
my
I-
list of.
I'm fucking KO'd.
I can't see him in the
Wow,
list of
Dad.
what's in the
Oh, why?
Oh!
Dutzy, what did you do that for?
No. Give me the. No!
I think that's it.
I was wowing.
Yep.
We won! Yes! Go blue team.
Gosh darn
I'm
it.
gonna say Sash only won because through the entire game targeted me for 2 rounds.
Okay, keep going. I'll kill.
I appreciate the carry for the first 2 rounds.
Alrighty.
Ow.
I'm the only one fully stayed.
Alright, do we want to, oh, I got...
Lobby info. Hang on. Can I invite any? Oh.
Yeah, we might want to set that to private.
Yeah, we'll
Or
do.
friend zone.
Just.
Oh, this was Ichiban. This was another one that was in the
Yep.
in the demo.
Alrighty then. Give me a mo. I'm just gonna make it private, and I'm just gonna type in the chat before I forget. Lobby info.
I want the Usopp hammer.
Okay, so it's me and Sashera again.
Usopp hammer.
Hit myself.
Oh my god!
God damn it, Usopp.
Damn it. No.
No. Morse, no. Oh! You almost went
There
over
we
yourself
go.
just then.
Yeah. What the hell?
Had to move you, Grant, don't mind me.
Careful, Grant, don't knock yourself out. Ow. Don't knock me out either.
Damn it, you have my Wawa sticks.
Ow.
Grant, no.
Yes.
Oh, wait. Who's on my team?
Me.
Oh, what? What color am I?
Hey,
Blue.
Oh, nice hit.
Oh.
Okay, let me have the Wawa sticks.
No, Wawa sticks for you, bitch.
Oh shit.
What the Wawa?
Okay, damn it. Wow! Oh shit.
Goodbye.
Oh shit.
Fucking-
Oh, I'm dead.
No. Oh, I'm down.
I
Fucking
just
Grant with the Wawa sticks.
They're called
You made the enemy
nunchucks.
like Grant.
They're
Grant,
nunchucks.
how's
There's
it
an-
going, buddy?
Oh, what the,
Dazzy, what the fuck, dude?
what the hell? How did you get here?
Wait, how the hell did? Wait, where was Dazzy?
Hang on. Where
Where's
is
the
the
secret spot, the little shit?
How is Grant so goddamn heavy? We're throw him, he just doesn't go.
Because he's a cow!
Fat cow.
Fucking bullshit.
Yeah. Okay, Morse is on my team. I need to remember Morse
Yeah.
is on my
Grant.
team.
Please no
Grant.
button B.
Damn, you just like woke up and just beat the shit out of me.
I woke up and just
Grant.
flatlined.
Come on, Grant, let's go.
No, no,
Move me,
no,
Brett.
help me!
Who's up? Hammer!
Oh.
No.
What is the? How do you know when you're poisoned or not? Like, how is Dazzy still alive?
What's up? Oh wait. Oh, we're on team. What's up? Hammer!
No!
Whoa, my god! No.
Avenge me!
No, I'm out.
Avenge
I'm out.
me!
No.
Oh.
Get him, Sashara!
I'm realizing
Yeah.
that there's maybe an advantage to rolling.
A little bit.
Let's see how the two giants take this match.
For the glory of the yellow team!
For the glory of
Oh,
red.
bananas! Oh shit.
Oh.
Sashara, no!
Oh.
Ow.
I'm a killer. I got this.
I will laugh if Dazzy dies
I'm out.
first. Oh.
No,
Wait,
I
who
killed her.
died?
I actually killed her. I killed her.
Yeah, the shovel will actually kill you, like not just knock you out.
Yeah, it'll kill you.
Oh, sorry.
Sashara, why?
I'm sorry. Hang on, let me just. I'm gonna put you in a safe.
Give me the
Ow!
button.
No!
I want this.
No!
I want this. I want it.
Come on, Sash, let's go!
Oh my
Yeah.
No, get off of me!
Come
Come on,
on,
Sash! Come on, Sash!
I want this.
God damn it, Dazzy!
Just grab her and kill us both. Good luck, everyone.
Banana.
No.
I took out the two top players.
Leave me alone!
Does it really count if one of them's yourself, though?
Big pass, Chuckle Nuts! Ah, no!
Even the thing flipped
Oh, damn the banana skin!
Nope.
I still can't believe Grant got me off my master strategies that he did.
Grant, why? Why, Grant?
He was gonna just.
Oh. Ah!
Wriggle! Whoa!
Morse, you're still alive.
Yeah?
God damn it.
Oh, wrong person.
Hello. Sorry, I had to hug you real quick.
Come on, unnamed.
Get him.
Get over here.
Get him!
I'll slap you in the tit.
Run faster, Grant! Whoa!
Got him.
Oh,
The banana pills are fucking great.
Remember me!
I'll remember you, Morse. I'll remember you. Hey, you're alive.
Oh my god.
where's Grant at?
Oh, there's her. Oh,
Try not to knock me out this time, Sashara.
I will try. It says you as you go for my face.
Sorry, I went for the pen.
My pen. I see.
ah, ah, no.
Clang!
Oh!
Okay, your pen.
Clang.
Clang, they say.
Oh,
Tell me why. Tell me why.
No! No! Ow, Grant!
In the saddle again.
Oh, you're my team.
Oh, God damn it!
Oh!
I hate that.
Oh no, no! Morse, get out of the way! Get out of the way!
Oh my
Holy
god!
shit! Me with a clutch!
Damn!
Oh no!
No!
That was
Da da da
incredible.
da 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 da.
Banana.
Like,
Red
Tag
Dot
team,
Squad!
tag team action.
Oh, darn.
That was a little friendly fire.
All right, truce. We're getting rid of Dazzy first.
why? Because you're in the lead otherwise?
Yes.
Leave me alone with that thing,
You
leave me
what?
alone with that thing, leave me alone with that.
Yeah. Bad horse.
Not dead.
no!
Damn it! Poison gas.
You ain't catch
Please.
shit.
Dazzy's still alive.
Wait, yeah, how did you not die?
Oh, damn it!
You have a few
damn.
seconds.
Oh, damn!
Damn it!
Are you gonna win this?
Oh, the sub was the other one that was the other level of the
No,
demo.
get off me!
That's right. I was trying to remember what the other levels were. It was Ichiban, the sub, and the airplane.
No, get off me! No! Oh, I'm not gonna
Yes,
survive
Shara.
that. Oh. Here we go.
We may still win this. Yes, the what is this? Yes.
Oh, Dazzy's after me! He's gunning for me! Oh, get away from me! Hi, Sash. Hi, Sash.
Ellie! My butt! Somebody help my butt! Ah!
You can survive this, Morse. I believe in
It's
you.
right on your ass.
There's somebody in my butt!
Shit.
Whoa, Yoshi got me.
Right in the face. Ow, Morse, no.
Oh. Careful, Morse.
No.
It's the Ori with the shovel!
Oh, that is rough.
The shovel, anything with two-handed whacks are rough.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You
Why would
you
you-
slipped twice, Code, there. I saw you. Alright, here we go.
Oh! I was aiming it down. Shoot on the way.
Come on.
See if you can get the stun gun.
That was a beautiful shot.
If you lose, Code will make an excuse for me to draw him out.
Watch out for the shovel. Oh.
Here we go, here we go.
Weep Nation,
He's
sir.
weaving. He's weaving.
Watch out,
He's
watch out for the
ducking.
gas!
Oh, he died!
Double KO!
We're too God was
We need another player in here to make us a full proper.
Well, we just do all on all.
All right.
Thank you,
Oh my
thank you for,
god!
thank you
Just
for the help.
right away, Dex me.
You.
There was only yellow team!
Hey,
Yellow stash!
whoa.
Yellow stash!
No.
Alrighty.
Never.
Lobby info. So what is it?
Just
Settings.
absolutely word sash.
Yeah, so just
Oh.
I think we have to start the lobby
It'll-
over in order to do.
Oh.
Shouldn't
Okay.
have to. It's just it's gonna go through all the maps first, and then it'll go back to the main lobby, and then you can change it.
Yeah. How many more maps are there?
There's a few.
We haven't got any team maps yet, man.
Well, no, because it's only on one mode, Dazzy, so it's only gonna be Battle Royale.
Yeah. Give me yourself, Hammer.
This will be quick.
GrantZeebs again.
Oh no, I'm the only one on the green team. No.
No.
That's what you get.
You're coming with me then.
Ooh.
Wow!
How did you survive that? How did you survive that?
I can't get up. Oh wait, I got up.
Who's on my team?
Hey!
Oh,
Oh,
Daz!
no.
What's
Oh,
this
shit.
gonna be quick?
Did not join the game.
All right. We have. So they. Oh yeah.
No,
No, they're.
no.
Yep. So they're in the chat.
You little rat.
If I'm going, I'm taking you. Oh, we're
You
69
just
in
knocked
Granddad.
out
Okay.
your own teammate, Grant.
Whoops.
The
I-
second
Oh, you
time.
fucking rat.
No!
That's what you get, you son of a bitch.
Don't you call me a rat? No.
No, I'm a rat.
Forest.
I took Cat with me.
Oh.
Drive Swords, bind! You have it. Oh, I'm so laggy right now.
Dazzy, you're not gonna get back over there with a lollipop.
Cap and I's lifeless corpse just floating there in the river.
Shit.
Get moving. Oh no, you don't.
Get out of
here. That's fun taste.
The Wave Nation certification.
No.
Oh! Hi, Grant.
Why did it sound like Tommy from the Power Rangers? It just went.
Oh fuck!
I actually just finished watching the end of Cosmic Fury.
Wait, that came out and ended already?
Yeah, it was only one season.
I can still make it.
I'm still mad that they didn't use the Q Ranger suits.
Yeah, I'm annoyed that they went straight for this.
Who threw that at me?
The suit designs they used were actually really good. But yeah, I'm with you on that, Cap. It's a wasted opportunity.
Dazzy has 0 chill.
Alright, so Dread's joining in from the US, he said, so.
Dread, you're on my team, so don't hit the pigeon.
You're from the US, you're gonna be a little lagger.
No, I'm Red. Morse is on my team.
For what?
No, I said Dread, you're on my team.
Oh.
Thank you, Dread.
Oh!
No. You wanna take this?
No.
Whoa!
Fucking pan, you
Watch out
bitch!
for that pigeon! Watch out for that pigeon! Yikes!
He's berserk. He's berserk.
No. Oh, Dread, I'm sorry.
Oh shit! Oh god!
No!
So much for that.
Wait, were you knocked out, Cap? Oh no, Dread, I'm sorry!
Uh-oh. Oh, there's no way I get up from this. There's no way I recover
No,
from
you're
this.
dead.
Oh my god. Yep.
Oh no!
I was
No! Come on, swim! Ah, I'm frozen. Come on, break out. Aw. God damn it. I was doing so well, too. Oh no, Cap's got the shovel. Grant with the home run bat.
Oh, no!
Oh. You don't mess with the shovel.
Ah!
That's not that.
This is
I
crazy.
got lag. I got input lag. I'm looking at Australian surfers on a cloud gaming.
Oh, Dazzy, are you like using the Xbox like cloud
yeah.
application to play with us?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I'm still doing
hilarious.
pretty decent. No.
I mean, you do it all right though, Daz. For
Oh god, hello.
Dazzy's a little bit cracked at this game.
Just a little bit.
I have been watching him play quite a fair bit lately on his channel. He's been really good.
Oh god. Oh, that's not fair. Why? Why have you done
Alright, YOLO's RNG now.
Oh.
Cap, just leave the shovel. Leave the shovel.
No.
this? I'm dead. I'm dead.
Wait, just don't do anything, Cap. Don't do anything. Just stay alive.
It doesn't matter. They're
Stay
both
alive.
Yellow. Both yellow.
We both yellow, and now I'm
Yeah.
Frosty with a shovel.
And now my skill yellow.
Get out! Get out!
You do not get the nunchucks.
With the what, Chucks?
The nunchucks.
I heard nunchucks.
Chuck's left you.
No!
Get away from
My
me!
shovel!
I cannot guarantee
I like
anyone's safety.
teleported through your
No!
head. What the heck? Never mind.
Be honest, this
Leave me
Xbox-
alone. Leave me alone.
Give me that.
No.
Oh no, Cap's got the shovel. Get it away from her.
Oh, no.
Wow! What?
Uh-oh, you're in trouble. Someone's come around and I'm bursting on bubbles.
I thought you were gonna say something about shovels just then.
I mean, that would have been.
Wait,
That would
why
have
is
been.
my
That would
bat
have
in the ground? What happened to my bat? Jumping into the bat, just sticking out of the ground.
Oh no, that's broken. Oh shit.
Wait, what's my bat?
It's like stuck.
Ow, Deathers, why? No, Deathers,
my God.
no,
Get it out, Grant.
no.
Get it out. Oh my god.
I can make it. I can make
Got
it.
it.
Well, now it's just spamming the clonk sound effect with the bat, and it's kind of annoying.
I can't hear it.
No, Sachara, no. No.
Come on, guy. Don't touch my stick.
Oh no, Cap's got the lollipop. Oh,
Survive, Morse!
I have a weapon. I am a physical threat to everyone.
Fucking sniped. No,
Bat.
fly!
We're back.
Damn it.
What? That's my lollipop. How dare you?
Oh.
Sorry. Sorry, boss.
Get him, Grant.
No
Get him.
mercy.
Ron, what the fuck? Why are you throwing? Why are you throwing?
I've been
Whoa!
Why are you throwing at my core?
Oh no.
Morse, get up, get up, get back up, get back up!
Daddy, you fuckers!
Victory!
Nicely done, Morse. Nicely done.
You might want it this way.
It survived. My power
Oh
of
my
survival.
god.
Hello. Punch back.
Ow!
Punch back.
No, Dazzy, I beg of you! Dazzy, I beg of you! Get off me!
Oh fuck.
I don't want it anymore.
Get off me, Dazzy! Just stop! Stop!
What is happening on here with Morse? You okay, sir?
Great, just beg for his
Oh.
life.
Daddy.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, Morse.
Oh.
No, Morse. No.
Oh, no!
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh,
Nope.
Grab me.
No.
ow!
Wait.
Help!
No, Sash, I'm dead. Sash, I'm dead.
I tried.
Can't
I was gonna like pull you out.
I'll take this.
Ow. Oh, fucking.
Clang.
No.
Was that a
Fine, you
frying
didn't finish.
pan?
You went for it.
Clang.
Oh, be nice. Be nice. No.
Hey, look, it's a bomb.
Oh, I parried it. I didn't parry that though.
Comes Grant.
No. I'm too pretty to freeze.
Kill him, Sash. Murder.
Ow.
Murder, Sash. Keep hitting him. Kill them. Kill them.
No. Come on.
Do it,
Come
Sash.
on.
Murder them.
No!
Come on.
Oh. Yes!
Sash is
Holy
shit. Sash is dead.
Fuck.
We did it,
Goddamn.
Morse!
High five.
Yeah, high five! Oh, that was... I took a Hail
my
Mary of
God.
a kick to your face, Sash.
I liked
What?
Everyone just going straight for the fucking shovel.
Oh, shit!
Ow,
Morse,
okay.
sorry.
That was mean.
Sorry, Morse.
I'm bleeding.
No, Grant. You cannot. I'm not letting you.
No, I don't want to touch Grant. I want the shovel.
Oh!
Get out of here, Morse.
Oh, Jesus.
Zero.
Ow!
Stop
Friendly
me.
fire!
Back.
Oh, I'm out. Fucking out.
Hi, Morse. Get out of here, Morse. Get out of here.
No.
No!
Ow.
Morse, I'll save you!
Switch thing.
Oh, well, I'm dead. Oh my god, I got shovel murdered.
Oh,
Like, I'm not even frozen, I just got shovel
Come on over
murdered.
here.
Oh
Come on over
my
here.
god. You guys, yellow is gonna win unabated, just by the way.
Just cat. Go, Grant. Go.
Friendly fire.
Toxic.
What a comeback.
Yeah.
I am now considered a national level. No.
Oh,
Throw her in the lake.
We gotta stop him.
Need this.
Oh.
Come on, Beyblade. Come on.
Bring him to me. Bring him to me. Yeah.
No. He's got the shovel.
Oh.
No.
Oh no!
I think you had more of a danger to our own teammate.
Oh, thank you for the hyper himbo, Jason.
But like I said, the shovel will just outright kill you.
Yeah.
Get him.
Get him.
No!
Oh.
Oh.
Just in case.
Oh,
No. That was cruel, Daz.
Easy.
Shit.
Just in case.
just in case, they say.
That was me, by the way, Cap.
Oh.
How about that? Give me the wall at 6.
No.
Oh, damn, that was up right.
Oop.
Leave me alone.
Thank you, Dread.
What? No, what?
Hey, go.
No. No Wawa sticks for you.
Look over.
Hey, we're not both going up there. You're stay here with me. You stay here
No
with
jungle,
me.
no jungle fury nunchucks.
You stay here with me.
Power Rangers, Jungle Fury.
Oh,
Why?
my glasses.
I can't see a thing without my
Ow.
glasses.
Ow. He's dead. Yeah, There's.
Oh, no! I was hoping to hit you before you hit me.
Oh, you rat.
Oh, that. Go Grant Sash.
Bye, Grant.
Oh.
Hey,
Save it,
no.
save it.
Oh, Jesus, okay.
Fucking knocked out.
Glad I'm known as a threat, so like everyone's top priority is me. Oh. Yeah.
Shit.
No.
Oh, no, Code, you bastard!
Hey, yo, look like I'm going for a swim.
Oh, there goes Grant.
Grant, no.
I had unprecedented up range.
Oh!
Ow.
Grant Sash.
Oh no.
Oh, shit.
Damn it.
Oh, fuck.
Sash is down.
No, Grant.
Oh, fuck.
Yes! Victory! Victory is my. Oh.
Well, at least I know I'm a very, very tough threat with a pair of nunchucks.
Woo! Yes! We did it, Morse!
Feels good.
You're lucky I'm held
Oh,
back.
apparently I threw an item and it knocked 5 people out.
Holy shit, okay.
Hey.
It's a share adjustment to all.
Flail! Artistic flair. Alrighty.
Oh, like
Okay, but I have a
Artistic
really
flair.
good one that I took of me mid-jump, but the glow effect got left behind.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Leaving
So you
It looks
basically
like I just fucking apparated. I was like, oh no.
fucking
That was
phased
amazing.
through existence.
DBZ teleport.
These nuts.
Damn, I'm actually like sweating right now.
Oh, I'm.
It is that kind of game.
No! Oh, I was
hello.
scratching my butt!
Hi, Sasha.
How dare you?
Hi.
Sasha,
oh, okay, so
Sasha,
Shara, it's you and
no
me.
mercy. Just the
Why?
second.
I merely wish to stop the tyranny of the big fucking zebra.
Alrighty, so I'm with
Is it zebra?
unnamed.
Who's on my team? Oh, it's Dreadnought.
Alrighty.
I don't like this. Ow.
I
Bombs
feel like these are not
away!
exactly like very random teams.
Ah!
Oh, that was a waste of a bomb.
No, leave me alone.
You didn't even
There you
you didn't even yell out like we are sex bomb.
You can
You're
do
the
that for
making it
yours.
sad.
I'm good
Cap,
with
Cap,
mine.
mercy, Cap, mercy.
Oh, hi Sash.
Push him in. Push him in.
Hang on, hang on, hang on.
My own.
Apparently mercy was not allowed.
Oh no!
How are you? Oh, there we go. Oh no, it's Dazzy.
My two previous teammates
No.
against each other.
The fucking free swing I was doing. Oh my
Negus!
God.
Negus, team on!
That was calculated for sure.
Oh my god.
Well played, Dance. Well played.
Well played.
Fucking more
Man, come
splash!
here, Grant.
Yeah!
Come here, Grant.
No, fuck off.
Oh, okay.
Your soul is mine.
Ah, joke's on you. I sold my soul.
Oh, it's a good shot, good shot.
No!
Your soul is mine.
Uh-oh. This is awkward.
Which one? The left or the right one?
Oh.
Nicely done, Grant. Nicely done.
Thank you. What's up, Morse?
Let's get him to share.
I don't even know what this is. Quite
Oh god. Get the alligator duck.
It's stuck.
Ow. No! No! Stop picking on the pigeon!
No.
No!
Damn it, Morse! I was gonna throw him off!
Leave me alone! Out here.
Sash is just really good with the throws. I feel like
You weren't
you
your
somehow
back.
like do a 180 when you throw as well.
Yeah, no, I've been watching a lot of people that do the spin around with the throw to get a bit of momentum going, and you get the further
Right.
of the throw.
Just let me do this.
Coincidentally, if we end up doing Lollipop Factory, I am very good at throwing lollies.
Note to self, be on Sashera's team for the Lollipop Factory.
Note to self.
Yes.
And I'm real good defense on that map, too. Dreadnought, get out there!
No.
Dreadnought, get out there! No, Dreadnought! Well,
My get back was foretold by the
Okay,
fucking
they're all gonna die
by the
anyway.
fates.
Bye, guys!
Oh, look at the two of you. Alright.
Oh god.
let's go, Sash!
You wanna play this, Dazzy? You wanna play it?
I do!
Oh god.
Oh! Apparently
I'm sorry.
teammate got you. Great! Why?
And for what?
Come here, let's go!
Come with me. Come with me.
I'm sorry! I got a little overzealous with the Wawa sticks.
No!
Those are my things.
I'll remember
No.
You know what? I might just try something.
Gonna try something crazy?
Oh, crazy. What the fuck?
Crazy.
That's not crazy.
Check
I was
out.
crazy once. They locked me in a room.
A rubber room. A rubber room with rats.
Rubber room rats.
The rats
Made
made
me
me
crazy.
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 Crazy?
I was crazy
I was
once.
crazy once.
Uh-oh.
They put me
They
in a
locked me
room.
in a room. A rubber room.
A rubber room with rats.
And the rats made me crazy.
Okay, I think we get the point.
No.
I was gay once.
Come on.
They put me in a pond.
What?
Yeah, so
A
they
pond
put you.
with frogs.
No, they put me.
Oh, no.
They put me in a pond, a frog pond. They put chemicals in the frog. Ah!
We can both live. We just
Anyway.
live in harmony.
Shara, hold on!
We just live in harmony.
Uh-oh.
Back, Grant. Oh,
No! Yes! Stay! Hold on!
I got it!
I got killed by a bomb!
Almost die.
Nicely done, unnamed.
Oh,
Oh, god, I'm dead.
Hell for dear.
Oh, mistakes were made!
Think about this. I took out your competition.
get off me!
Ah,
Ow.
I was so
Go down, Grant. Go down.
I was so good.
Go down, Grant.
No! Stop throwing shit at me!
Grant, live. Grant, just live. Just chill over there.
Get fucked.
Yes.
Oh
No,
no!
Trent, hold on.
No!
Yeah. From beyond the grave, I got my revenge.
So close.
Oh. All right, Dazzy, where are you?
No!
Ow.
Jump the pigeon.
Son of a bitch.
No, Dad, no!
Guys, stop. Grant's gonna win.
Oh, sorry, I named.
Hey, Z. Let's kill Sash.
What?
No, Grant, no!
The fuck did I do?
Grant, I hate red.
Enjoy.
Get off my teammate! If anyone's gonna accidentally kill her, it's me!
Yes.
Oh no!
Yes.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yes. Yes.
Oh no! Oh, you have a... Where's the bat? I need to make sure Dazzy doesn't get this win. Where's the...
That's dead. That's dead.
Okay.
Oh no! 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 The one part with no rope.
Oh. Shame. All right, we're just watching. We're just watching a drunk fight. Ooh!
I'm so good.
That was a punch.
That was a punch, damn! Oh no, you don't.
Hey, look, here comes the fun. Who wants fun? Be scared.
Throw things at me!
Got you
Get
from the
us,
grave
Sarah.
code.
I really want Morse to win just to be an upset.
I want Morse to win because he's on my team. Come on.
Throw!
Come on,
Yes! No!
Some fucking goals.
Let's
Who's
go!
abusing me with the mooncake?
Come on, Morse!
Oh!
No!
Son of a bitch.
Took him with me!
Oh. This is amazing.
I'm rushing you down now, Code. I'm going to... For what? For what? I'm...
Oh, no.
Hi,
I'm sorry, I'm
Grim.
sorry.
Hello again.
Ow.
Only fire. Ow.
Oh,
Bye, Cap.
No! I was so good! I need to get like a
Wow,
soundboard
who's
just with the I'm so dead.
talking?
oh.
Deathrus, no! No, Deathrus, no! Oh.
Lucky Grant was there.
No,
You're lucky.
Grant's just all like, I'm gonna finish what he started.
Uh-oh.
Hello, Grant. There can only be one winner.
Grant.
Oh no. Truce! Truce!
There's no way I live for this! My arms went the wrong way, oh shit.
Oh. Yes! Unnamed! Yes! Just one good hit.
Come on!
It's just Dazzy. Yes! Throw
Oh
him!
no!
No!
The banana!
No!
Yes!
Oh!
Yes! Yes!
Oh!
Oh.
Oh my
Well
god.
I'm
played.
so
Well
glad.
played.
Well
I'm so
played.
glad that Code lost. I'm so glad.
Oh.
Long live the king. Just watching you all right now.
Senna.
Just fucking knocking you out while I do.
Alright, lobby info, restart.
I kind of want to go to the locker room to see if I can pull some sick fits.
You gotta press B as soon as the match ends, so it doesn't continue.
Oh, okay.
So like when the match actually starts, you can just pull us back to the lobby. If we're gonna do that, I might just go use the bathroom then.
Alright, fair enough. Alright, just give me a sec, let me just... So it's... I have to press the back button to get to it.
Oh, I got another drop.
Yeah.
Alright, so... Lobby info, restart.
Yes, Ash.
Yeah.
Oh,
restarting's putting us back to the start of the thing.
Oh, my-
Go back to.
Okay, hang on. I need to probably do the settings and then...
Don't we have 8 people running? Nobody else can get in though, right?
Yeah, give me a sec.
No, but people want to like look at stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we want to swap from like teams of 2 to like free for all or even.
I think
like,
free
do the
for all is gonna be a
14.
little bit. I think free for all is gonna be a little bit better if we can do that.
All right.
That and or doing the teams of like the 2-team games where it's like soccer and shit.
I mean, we can do that
Either
too.
way, I'm gonna bounce because I'm caked in sweat, and I kind of want to see if I can get another commission tonight.
Alright, fair.
I'm gonna
enough.
AFK for just a minute.
Catch you later.
I am going to get some waters. Vol, do you want to play with us?
I will look at my clips. Be right.
Oh, cool. I got a skin.
Nice. All right, so.
Oh, and I got some cookie bits.
All right, how? Oh, do I have to like basically recreate it to get out of Last Stand to something else? Oh, change mode. There we go. Arcade. There's only 2 arcade options.
Oh.
There's a lot more for teams, however. Alright, we'll do all for teams. Apply that. That way it's, 3v3. Or... Oh, neither do... Oh, okay. Wait, hang on. I need to check in with someone.
Didn't Ripper say they would be coming?
Well, I'm checking in with a few peeps. Hang on a second.
How do I change my character at the moment? So hang on.
And then... hopefully this is the right Ripper? I think...
Oh, cool. So I get some egg coins on the next level. Bacon avatar. Oh, I get Bacon's outfit.
I'm realizing that there's a number of people I've sent this to, and some of them have just gone, ah-wah-wah, or sounds cool, and I get no guarantees from them. You guys are the real MVPs.
Yay!
The amount of excitement I got when I got an invitation, I was like, oh my god.
Yay!
We're MVPs, the most vulnerable people.
And then I said yes, and then I realized what time it would be for me, and I'm like, oh, I guess I'll just commit anyway.
Oh, don't do that. Oh, that's reminding me. Our work, we've recently... You know how a lot of different businesses have gone through like redundancies or like letting go of employees and such? So that's obviously happened in the company that I work with as well. Like no one's immune to the economy. And they started doing this like thing called they posted it around on posters called MVE, but they've not given us an explanation. They've not given us a date when they would be revealing information. It's just laddered around. And I went and talked to like the HR person who I know would have put this up. I'm like, hey, what does MVE mean? And they're like,
most violent employee.
What do you think it is? And I'm like, I don't. And this is me. I just decided to pull the autism route of, I don't know. That's why I'm asking. And they're like, you'll find out. And I'm like, just dead face, just like, oh, cool.
All right.
So
I'm gonna jump out of the game quickly, and then I'm gonna jump back in because I want to buy a skin for the guy, and I can't buy it while I'm in the lobby thing.
Not to worry. And so one of the ones I heard from a work buddy, and I think is funny, is minimum viable employee.
Oh lord.
So, all right. So yeah, I'm just checking in with the different peeps that I sent this message to that never really gave me.
There we go. Perfect.
So I've sent this to quite a number of people. Nope, that's an artist. Bookie's
Just
in
send
here.
them frowny face.
Don't want any of those.
Send a frowny face.
Oh wow, that's
Artists? Those exist?
Yeah, sometimes people draw, and you like. Here's the amazing thing. If you want to get ahead of their freebie raffles, what you should do is you should bribe them. Bribe them like a lot. Sometimes sometimes they make it really convenient where they even have like a little bribe sheet, so you can get like what you want depending on the bribe. It's amazing. Bribery gets you things.
I thought blackmail got you things.
No. That's when you utilize a bartering system with a gun.
Yeah. Mutually assured destruction.
Yep.
Is there any way?
That's all I get off from Z.
Sorry.
Grant, can you just send me another invite quickly?
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
Reject. I mean, what?
No. Blocked.
The audacity. He does this
No,
joke.
again, Grant, that is a music program. I keep telling you this.
What I miss?
Nothing.
Grant's becoming a composer. He's using Audacity.
Barty and
Haha!
Block.
Well done. Well done.
Oops, I got kicked for inactivity.
That'll
Who
teach you.
is... Hang on a second. Nope, I have no clue who this person is.
Monkey.
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 The monk can play as like 4 different animals: bird, cat, and monkey.
Monk?
Monkey. Does their 1-2-3 combo. They have no range ability, so they just sit there, staring at the boss. Do I get any?
That's pretty much all. That's pretty much all I do when playing Final Fantasy. I just stare at the boss.
Yeah.
Look at how pretty they are.
Hey, the Snow Ancient Barbie. Nice.
Hang on. What was the password, Grant?
Oh, no, hang on. 5523. I should probably pin that message.
Might be an idea.
There we go.
Huh?
There we go. Hide for myself. Not enough Mimo
Like
bucks.
6 and 5 seconds.
What are you trying to get?
More passion.
Oh, I was typing 5532, not 5523. I'm wondering why it wasn't.
Grant, don't go buying. Don't go buying.
What? But like,
We can see.
And that's in
your-
USD, Grant. That's almost like That's almost like $60-70 Australian.
And that's just for 1,200.
Yeah, don't be that guy, Grant. Don't be that guy.
but then I can
Wait,
build a
wait.
slot machine.
Grant,
Oh,
we
really?
also
You gotta
have
play the video game. to pull the
we also have
slot
Sashara who's got the other cash shop.
Do it.
So,
machine. I'm sorry, what?
the Ori skin wasn't that cash shop?
No.
Well, guess
Oh.
no.
What?
Oh, okay.
It was
It
cookies.
was, yeah.
Oh, these dog
Gotcha.
treats.
Yeah.
It is not fucking here. Oh, there's
No,
this.
it's
not.
There's this
Was
bunny here, but look at the cost.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That's how much the Ori skin cost in cookies.
Yeah. It was the same
Wait,
price.
how much did it cost?
22,000.
250? Yeah.
Nah, too much money for me.
Too rich for my blood.
I saved enough cookies. I bought the Ori skin and I got the second the Desi, what's her name?
Never.
All right.
Nero skin as well.
Okay,
So-
hang on a second. I am going to change positions. Put you over here. Put you over here, because we cannot have both Dazzy and Sashara in the one team.
Please, no. I think I'm a decent handicap.
I don't care
You know
how
you
big of
can
a
put an
handicap
AI
you
in there.
are.
Look, I'm being dragged down by like shitty Xbox, cloud gaming shit. So like it's fine.
I do not believe you. And we'll
I
give
am.
you
I'm
an
playing on
easy
Xbox
AI.
Ooh, we've got an AI.
Yes, we're gonna...
Another bun. Help us.
Can I change their...
AI, artificial idiots?
Yes.
Yes.
That's exactly what
I
this
like how you
is.
posted this.
Welcome back, Dread.
Well, you better hope me and Sash are on the same team.
You're not.
You don't know what this. Or was it 4v4?
It's a 4v4.
4.
Oh, okay. I don't know if that's what we set the teams as. I thought we were doing 2 teams of 2, and then we just got into
Like, I have this one as well, which was also cookies.
Oh, cool.
I will...
There we go. Now that's more soothing to me.
Hey,
Hey.
nice.
Yoshi. Alright, so what's the... Oh, Jesus.
It's mine! Mine! Get out of here!
Hi.
Yes!
Hi, Grim. Am I missing Grim's thingamadiggies? Oh.
Yay!
Oh my God.
Oh, okay.
Ah!
There's a hug command, by the by, Grim. Oh, what the...
I wasn't even sure what we were doing.
I wasn't
Did
sure.
I whack that? I think I got that in.
I see that.
Tried so hard.
And in the end, it does... Okay, you're gonna grab the shield.
Knocked out.
Oh my fuck. Whiff.
That was whiff time. That was hard whiff. Ran with the monkey.
Monkey.
Monkey. Me and my monkey.
Monkey. Oh, monkey. Monkey. Monkey.
All right, I keep forgetting you can charge up a heavy hit.
Yeah. Well, not really charge. Run hit.
If you hold the button down, it does a bit of a harder. Oh, so Cheryl, why?
Because I'm punching it in the right direction.
No.
You guys got this. I just sit here and play Tacticus on my phone for a while.
Oh. Ow. I got hit in the head.
Oh, fuck.
Time to play phone games. Get out of my area.
Oh, sorry, Dreadnought.
Load.
Get fucking knocked out.
I'll defend.
Oh, fuck. Anyway.
No, my name's bullying.
Oh, hey, free shield. Where'd this come from?
You know what? Fine.
Oh no!
No. I was trying to take the shield. Take my shield. You see what happens? Take my shield.
Oh.
I'm trying to play tactic.
Was it the AI?
No, it was me.
No, it was death.
Oh.
I got my side all the way across.
Sort of a mix of both, I think.
Yeah.
A little bit of a mix of both, yeah. Oh.
Dare you? My shield.
Oh, sorry, that's name.
Ooh, sorry, Seth. Sorry, Sashara.
Got knocked.
Oh my god! Damn, savage.
Oh, well, you shouldn't have had the puck.
Oh!
Oh! My face, it slid across the floor.
I'm sorry, Sashara.
Oh my god.
I was honestly aiming for the puck that time.
Yeah, oh!
That's the game.
Yes!
Get fucked, Desi!
Fuck you!
Check this out, check this shit out. Check this shit out.
We're watching. I push in, and I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Oh, you kicked him in there.
Alright.
Poor Dazzy dies with it.
Nap time.
Oh, over.
Desi, don't you dare. We know how this works.
I'll have you know, I play defense in soccer. Oh no, shield! Fuck it, offense! Ow! Dazzy, why?
I want revenge.
Oh my god!
Oh! Shara, why?
Oh!
What'd I do?
I don't know, you did something.
No, I did something, I have no idea what it was. Oh! Oh!
Fuck, Sash.
No, oh, Sash!
Sorry, I fucked that up. I'm too overzealous.
Alright. Oh, hi there, Van Blood!
I'm not a team player by the looks of it.
I'll give you a proper introduction, Van. I just need to... Bam! Oh, no, wrong punch. Hi there. Welcome to the... Hang on. Ah!
Jason, if you're still active, can you please give the Raiders a shout out?
Yeah!
Alright, boys, if you have this shield, you gotta be defense, right?
Okay.
Welcome everyone to the stream. My name is Grant. I am a variety himbo streamer. It is the first Saturday of the month and it's party game stream.
Like
we are
Grant
currently
Ray,
playing
yeah?
party animals. Joining me tonight is, let's see if I can remember their names before I have to go into the Discord. Unnamed, Sashera, Morse Amalgam, Ko the Yoshi, and Dazarus. Say hi.
Hi, guys.
Oh.
I'm keeping the AI player distracted for a minute while you do your introductions.
Fair enough. Oh, hello. Oh, no. Yes. No. Oh.
Yes.
Shield?
A butt is touching me.
Oh yeah, it looks like Morse's butt is touching you.
Sorry.
Hello.
Oh, no,
Shining
no,
Star.
no, 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 no.
Fighting in mid.
Lazarus, why would you knock me out?
You know what?
Oh.
Defense is wide open.
Oh!
Get him! Get him! They got no shield.
Face.
Oh!
Oh! My everything! Ow! My face just across the ice.
Oh!
Beat him up.
Oh.
Sorry,
Liberals
Sarah.
Kick their asses.
Oh,
What's that
no.
noise?
Shit.
That's time running out.
Sashera, straight shot. Oh. Ooh.
No, I knocked it out of the way.
What happens if time runs out?
Whoever has the highest points wins.
Oh. Yes, come on, come on. Yes.
Push it up, push it up, push it up.
Yeah.
Yay!
How was? Oh, let's see.
Just want to kill the game. Like, take it.
Okay, so Van Blood went to sleep because it's 5 in the morning for them right
I'm so
now.
sorry.
They were playing Fallout 4 by the looks of it.
Yeah. Yep. All right, here we go.
Oh god.
Oh, jeez.
So Sarah and I both went for the drop kick at the same time.
That was beautiful.
If only that drop kick could have been met in midair. Just feet touching feet.
Oh.
Uh-oh. I'm so sorry. These team games get violent.
Very quickly.
Ow! Get it! Get it! Get it! Get it! Get it! Get it!
No,
Get it!
no, no, no.
Just hold it. Just hold it.
Oh fuck! Oh.
Yes! Victory! Survival mode, got to 15 to start the mechanist stuff. Oh, nice.
Ow!
There we go, and boom!
Oh lord.
Love them all.
It looks like I'm punching like 3 of you at the same time. Amazing. All right, next game. Okay, how does trebuchet the explosives to your weapon's base and let it explode to earn points?
Oh, which reminds me, Dazzy. I was reading through achievements again the other night, even though you can't do it when we're doing customs, but there's an achievement for this particular game mode where you get launched out of the trebuchet 10 times in a match. Like frequent flyer miles or some shit.
Alright,
That honestly sounds like fun.
Alright,
Trying to get the explosives over.
so Yunk.
Yep.
Launch them!
Pull the lever.
There goes our
I
AI.
think we I got flattened.
Oh, this has gone poorly.
I just got killed by the
Oh, hi, Dazzy.
Oh, hi guys.
I'm still here.
Sash, get Dazzy.
Everyone out of my way! I have explosives and I'm not afraid to die with them!
Oh, you will!
Why? Why would you do that to me, Sasha?
I was trying to get Dazzy! Someone launch this fucking thing!
Launch it!
Oh fuck. Well, I missed. Goodbye.
Oh boy.
That sucks.
I'm taking you with me, Dred!
Watching.
No, it just killed me instead.
I'll throw them over there. You pack them away.
Bye, guys. Oh, sorry. I'll let you go, Morse.
I want to put a lock in there.
Okay, I'm dead.
Okay, whatever.
Can we not turn the?
No, it's always going to be in a specific spot. Oh! This cobalt is suicidal.
Launch 4 over.
I made it! I'm alive! I'm alive! I live, damn it! No, you're not going.
God damn it. Again, I try to throw a bomb overboard and I get myself in the river.
Sorry, boss!
Yes! Launch more! We're down somebody!
Oh, into the wall I go.
Oh, what?
Bye!
Those bombs!
Oh, there we go.
Get wrecked, Dazzy.
We need someone on that side. Oh, is Dazzy on that side right now, just breaking him?
I got a massive input lag.
Shame.
Oh, fuck.
Throw the bombs!
Oh, sorry! I knocked out the AI.
Bye, Morse!
There's another one.
I'm going on a trip.
Ah, Morse!
No, I was dead?
Darn. They just... You guys were good. You kept throwing like 4 of them at a time, which was a lot.
I told you I got really good at throwing.
I'm just fucking getting trampled on.
Nice. Alright. Next game. Let's see what it is.
Oh, this one does not get played very often because most people seem to hate it.
This one sucks, legitimately.
Take the balloon safe back to the.
Once
Okay.
literally anybody gets anything going on this round, it's over.
It's all about the momentum.
No, like literally as soon as you get the first point, it's like whoever grabs it first just wins. That's all it is.
Well, then you just need to grab the next one.
You'll see.
Now, there is an achievement on this map.
Code. There we go.
Ah!
The player just punched me in the face.
Oh, someone needs to let go. We gotta fucking die.
Oh,
Too many, please. Too many. Too many.
Oh, once someone gets the first point, it's over.
It is. No, first one who grabs the box is over. It is. As soon as you grab the box, it's over. Just almost nobody gets back.
That we're gonna lose this point, does he?
Nah, he's gonna run out of stamina enough eventually.
Oh, there it is.
Ah, darn.
Oh, I can't even jump.
Oh.
Get him off!
Cookie for Grim.
You see, once anybody gets the thing, though, it's almost.
No, wait, get on there, off of me! Oh, fuck. Jazzy, grab onto me! Oh, not like that!
God, just sad.
Ow.
Sorry, Sedge. Get out of seat behind there.
Treadnough's like, I'm going crazy with the head! Can I? Is it going up?
Yeah, it is.
Is it going up?
Yeah, no, maybe. So we got should have a little more.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, remorse.
Oh. No!
You stay over there.
No! No! Get off me!
Yeah.
Get off
Yeah,
me!
no. No. No.
Yeah! Oh, sorry, Dread. I thought you were Grant.
God. I'm sorry, Grant. That was very toxic of me.
Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Okay, here we go.
No, 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 no!
Mine.
No, not no more!
Come on! Somebody help me! Where's my blade?
We're coming!
No,
We're
you're
coming!
not!
I'm trying to, okay? It's hard.
It just took you!
Ascended.
Oh my god.
Oh! Here we go! Here we go! Help me, team! Help me, team! It's 3 of them on here! Ah! No!
We got it,
Oh,
Dad.
corner,
We
right
got
team!
it.
Get in
Just
the
keep
corner,
holding
right
it.
team!
Just keep hold of it.
A name that's me.
Dinos forever.
We got this, Yoshi.
Oh my god.
What? Oh.
Here we go.
Let's begin.
Climb up.
Dinos.
Oh.
Oh.
Wait, was Sashin?
Going with this. Really keep going, yeah.
Yeah.
That's because I was being a shit, Dazzy.
Sash and Dazzy are on the same team. The stats prove you can't have them together.
Oh, fuck.
I don't know what happened, but I think I somehow anally inserted poor Dreadnought.
Oh my gosh. Throw the ball into the opponent's gate to earn. Oh, is this? Oh wait, buzzball. Never mind.
It's basically almost like the soccer one, but it's an electric orb instead.
Okay.
Just don't have everyone grab onto it at once.
Noted.
So what you're saying is grab onto it.
Let's see.
Got it. Everyone grab onto it and never let go. Like that. Like that. You know.
Taser ball.
Wow, the AI was real fast.
Ow.
Yeah, so anyway, don't everyone grab it at once. Oh crap. Oh crap.
Run!
Oh, that's a lot.
Throw it, Morris.
Fuck. That was bad. That was
Nicely
bad.
done. Nicely done, Morse.
I saved it.
Yes.
You did.
Just sitting there.
Just look at him, just going.
Look, I put it in the thing.
I did good.
Did
the
good.
goods. It does it. Oh fuck. Why did my screen go blurry?
Oh,
Why did my screen go blurry?
I don't know.
Okay, we're good.
No. Damn it. Ow. Let go of me, Sashera. Sashera, let go. Abusive. Be
There we go. Nice.
I told you I'm a gremlin when I play this game. I'm really
Look at me, just getting dealt with.
She just fucking grabbed me and pinned me to the ground, just beating my ass.
Oh, damn!
Revenge!
Forrest, grab it, run!
Dread's getting my ass! Dread's getting my ass!
Doing the thing!
Grab it!
Oh my god, Code,
No,
Oh, Daddy!
Wow, I saw that sucker punch just then.
Oh.
Yeah, Dazzy's being a troll.
Just fucking sucker punches Grant just out of nowhere.
Come on, let's go. Come on, Dave. Come on, let's go.
Oh, damn it, Code.
Oh, Sinchera! This king hit me.
Well, yeah.
Ow.
All right, you get it unnamed.
Nice.
I'll defend. I'll do defense.
Go.
Throw it. Yeah.
Chris is like, I'm gonna punch
you.
everyone. Hey, not me!
I wonder if that's gonna be caught on camera. It's just me sucker punching Blue and then sucker punching Sash next.
I don't care who it is, I'm killing everybody on the way to this goal.
Here it is, here it is, here it is, here it is, and... oh, here it comes! Oh.
The violence, Grant.
Oh my god, Greg!
That was fast!
Nothing but next.
That was your fault.
What? How is that my fault?
Because watch what you did! Look at me, look at me. You fuck.
You got in the way of my fist. I would have gotten Morse. Oh, look at that.
Grant.
Nothing but net.
Grant just with the haymaker out of nowhere.
Just because I'm sprinting when I do the punch as well, so if it connects to anyone properly, it's just like sucker punch. Wait, was that the AI bot?
That was the AI.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The AI is on easy as well.
But I got flash.
Oh!
Oh god.
Oh!
Grant,
That's
nice
just like
job.
right now that I'm
Well
contesting.
done.
Just, oh, let's see how we do.
Like,
He's
everyone's
like-
just in a pile up and Grant's like, okay.
Okay.
You guys have fun over there.
Yeah, just there you go.
There we go. Boom. Oh, this one's a more fun like team ball one than others.
I love this one, honestly.
Oh no 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 no!
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Sash. Oh, I can't get to it.
Ow! Unnamed. Why?
Come on, defense! Oh, the fucking AI threw it! Fucking, I lined that up perfectly for you, you shitter! Oh my god! Code!
Daz
Code line!
Oh,
Just fucking
Nice
with the
save.
knockout.
Nice save,
Look at this
Dazzy.
shit! Look at this shit!
the speed at which Dazzy like waddled and just went vah. Oh.
Yeah! Oh god!
Oh.
Hey, Grant. Hey, Grant.
Sorry, Dread.
Shit.
Oh.
Sorry, Morse. Ow! Not sorry, Grant.
Fuck! Go, Grant, go! Go, Grant, go!
Grab it.
Oh no!
Let's see how shit grab it.
You whiffed, Grant.
Did I just knock you out with the ball? Yeah.
You did.
Yeah!
Yay!
That was a close
I went for the drop kick. Like, I go for the drop kick. Hang on, oh, it's not gonna show it. I went for the drop kick and just get knocked out by you throwing the ball.
Oh, this is it.
Oh my
My
god.
superpower is throwing.
Oh. God damn you, Code.
Oh yeah, did I also forget I played rugby league?
Grab it. No!
My head's blocking it! My head's blocking the
Punching.
ball!
I'm just keep punching. I'm just gonna keep punching.
Go! Sash, go!
Fucking kill that thing!
Run, Brett! Run, you fool!
Yes!
Nicely done. Nicely done, you guys.
Oh. Oh, look at me
Look at
go! No one
Look at this
behind
punch
me!
stick.
Look at that! Oh.
Very well done, Grant.
And I'm just like running back out. I'm just like, I'm ready.
Teams will be randomized next game.
Oh.
Oh no! Oh no! Yoshi, why are you kicking me in the head?
Oh. We still have the soccer one to deal with next.
Mm.
Oh
Lollipop
no!
factory!
Oh no.
Ah, I love jubes.
They look delicious.
Oh, give me
Ooh.
the jubes.
Okay, so you gotta put them there, and then you gotta pull the lever.
Okay,
And then you get the points.
Alrighty.
Too complicated for me.
Too complicated, too hard for you to remember?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
No, it's gone.
You guys are in trouble now.
Oh, is Desi on your team as well?
Mm-hmm.
No, they're getting the big one.
No, I want the big one. Thank you.
Rude.
We'll just take it. We'll just take it.
We're taking it. No, Desi.
Where are you going?
Ah! Oh my god, how am I?
Oh, sorry, Moss! I just reacted, I'm sorry!
Bye, Grant. We're so lucky at black and Grant. We're so lucky.
Ah!
Nope.
No!
What's happening? What's up, Grant?
Get out of here! My gummy! A name. Punch him. Punch him. Thank you. All right, keep him blocking. Keep him blocking. Morse, get away! No, Morse! It's mine!
No.
I demand. Thank you.
No.
I demand it.
No.
Pull the lever. Come on.
We'll just all go in. We're all going in.
Oh, I'm stuck. Pull the lever,
Okay.
AI.
He's got a pen. He's got a pen.
It's gonna pen. Unnamed. Pull the lever. I'm holding on to it.
Dazzy, why?
Die, you son of a bitch!
Why? Dazzy,
Pull the
why?
lever. Do it.
Die!
Do
Oh,
it.
and I'm blue.
Thank God!
I thought it was bad.
I'm so close.
Why?
Pull the lever.
He stunned
Brutally
He killed
murdered
me. He
me.
killed me.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
killed me while I was being
Dread, you
Loaded,
okay?
bitch!
Dread, you okay? Dread, you okay?
Ah!
Yeah, juke him.
I come up to our end and Dread's like humping the squeeze.
gonna stun on me.
Oh no. Dazzy, fuck off.
Score points, please.
He's just killing me.
Let's see how the AI does. Oh, nah, I died. I was holding on for dear life trying to keep the gummy.
Yeah, wow. I'm being dummied.
Help me! Help me!
It's in! Yes!
That's what she said. Shit,
I
sorry.
made me lag if I could kill the game a bunch of times.
I'm being farmed. You leave me alone. You leave me alone right now. I'm going. I'm going. I'm holding him! I'm holding him! Pull it!
Oh, no!
No!
No! Ah! Get out of here, Dez!
I got him! Pull it! Pull it! Pull it!
Go
I can
yeah!
You guys are so lucky I'm lagging. You're so lucky. No idea.
Get out of here, Grant.
No, you don't. Don't pull that lever. No, no, no. No lever for you. No, 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 no,
That's ours! That's ours! That's ours! That's ours! That's ours!
Oh.
No!
That's ours. Morse, get away from it. Morse! Yeah! Okay, left. And then up the platform. Come on. Yes!
There we go.
Let's go, let's go. Oh,
Oh,
no,
no,
he's in the spawn again.
Fuck.
He's in the spawn. All right, here we go. All right, it's in. All right, there we go.
Get us.
Oh, no, it's out of the pen.
Oh no! I just knocked down the AI with one of the candies.
All right.
Pull it!
Is it
Pull
in?
it!
Pulling it.
I can hold! I can bring it! I'm bringing! It's killing me! It jumped it out!
Oh god, I named his dad!
Kill me! It hurts!
I am stuck. I am just stuck.
Yes. No. Where's the big one?
They stole it.
We took it. It's gone. I think I killed Yosh. He was just kind of stuck there for a while. It's interesting.
Left code, left. No! We're so close. That game would have been
That's my favorite one, though.
My favorite part is the fact that you thought it went in, so I had absolutely no contest. Like no one contested me dragging it all the way to the other side.
Oh my gosh, I missed a raid. Hi there, Alkiris. Welcome, welcome. You want to join us?
I killed everybody repeatedly, and I'm sorry I came trauma too.
Oh my god.
That's hilarious.
Oh, the gut.
One.
At one point, I just stalked his spawn and just waited.
Oh, I was holding on to that big gummy because I was trapped and I didn't want him grabbing it when I let go and died and wait for respawn. I don't know how this one's gonna go.
Lollipop Factory is the best.
Yeah, the Small Ball and the Lollipop Factory so far are the funnest team games.
Oh crap! I looked away for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, and that's it.
Yeah.
I was checking my inappropriate messages.
That'll do.
What?
Oh,
said
look
that?
at that.
Hey yo.
Hey yo. Who's on our team?
Thanks, Ash.
You're welcome.
Grant! Just fucking sucker punches.
Really?
Oh my god, no!
It's fine, I'm comfy down here anyway, I've got chips.
Hey, where's my chips?
Chips or French fries?
Okay.
Also, what flavor of chips?
Well, they're French fry chips.
I prefer sour cream and onion.
I like honey barbecue.
Barbecue's nice.
Okay, I should probably clarify that when I say chips, I mean like hot
Fries.
chips.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean McDonald's chips or something?
No.
Or fish and chips chips.
Yeah, it's just
This is like an American burger joint that's popped up around the corner from us, so we can try it.
Ooh, what's it called?
Hobbs, I think, was it?
Oh, I think I have heard of
Good
that one.
burger.
Oh, right in the head.
Well, at least it was in the head,
Go,
not
go,
somewhere else.
go,
Yes,
go,
what?
go. Go, go, go.
Oh, yes!
Damn it.
Striking more spikes.
Just grabbing me by the face.
I think I was partially
It really
responsible
is a
for that. I
Friday
tried to
night.
stop them and then...
Yeah, you were. Hi there, Arya. The one game where being toxic is actually fun. I think it's because it's childish. So it's like schoolyard. It's like primary school like toxic where it's like, oh, you hit like a girl kind of nonsense. Where it's like we've long since grown past that.
Sassy, why? Sassy, why? Why this?
Like this shit talking, but there's no hard feelings about it.
Yeah. Oh
yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god, Yoshi, what did you just do? What's that move?
I just rolled and then just hit the fucking.
Sorry, that was fucking great.
I just you roll and then hit the Y button.
Like it doesn't do anything, but it looks fucking funny. Oops.
Oh, nope, 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 nope.
Combat roll, combat roll, combat roll. Oh, okay, that's
Ooh, I dodged the ball and got Grant straight in the kiss.
Ah.
I got the prize. I won the stuffed bunny. Come on.
Yes. Oh no, no, no.
Go,
go.
No.
Nice.
AI playing goalie.
Oh, sorry.
AI is playing the most important role right now.
Oh.
Oh, Sash.
No.
Look, he got the ball out of the goal.
It did. It got the goal out. It got the goal out of the ball.
I think I'm more sad.
That was a draw, bro.
That was a fucking good job.
Oh no.
Yes.
Woo,
Sorry, Boris.
absolutely destroyed.
Sorry, Boris.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let me just carry around Boris for half the game.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, I'm small.
Oh, fantastic.
Hi. Hey, get off me.
Get off me. Get off me.
Hi. Ow!
What's up, Magic?
Not much you.
More cookies.
I got my guy just like there. It's like, hi.
Oh, apparently, what the Discord bots are. Oh, I think I might know why. It's because the -3. Let's go -5, because I think what happens is it goes electric once it goes into the red.
Speed up the train.
Wayne's.
Choo-choo.
Some people will play. Some people will play dead. They will.
What?
Mine says, do not go into the furnace.
But it's warm in the furnace.
That's a trick.
That's a lie.
This asshole. Leave me alone.
Oh my god, I suck.
Get yours in.
Both suck.
All right, I'll grab a coal. You throw it in there.
Sounds good to me.
Come on, Daz. Don't fuck
What's
this up.
here?
You know how much I'm lagging? Oh god, I'm dead.
Oh, we're gonna need multiple coals here because we lose thingamadiggy if we don't do enough.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to grab you.
No, not again. Leave me alone. No! I'm just getting donkey punched.
Wait, what was that? What did Dreadnought just say? I didn't see that.
What?
Dreadnought? Who?
Dreadnought just sent a message and it was like I couldn't read it.
All right, here we go.
Oh, crushed my train.
No worries, Dreadnought. Don't worry about sending another one. Just ow. Fucking Grant.
Oh my
Dreadnought,
god!
save me!
Michael.
Did anyone see me get taken the fuck out by the spot?
I saw that.
Oops, sorry. Oh, punched by.
It was such a good jump too.
Oh. No.
I have a job to do.
Get your Grant with me!
Oh, get here.
Break time, fuckers!
Oh! Stop Sashara!
I'm the gremlin. Yeah, Code, that's not how you stop me, by the way.
Oh, damn it! You got me.
Ah, my face!
Wait!
Oh, stop.
You saved the call.
Alright, let me grab him and...
Oh no, I fell through the... Oh no, I fell through the train! I fell through the train!
I have it! I have it, damn it.
He's anyone but roasted bunny.
I'm gonna get you, Sashara!
Furnace! Furnace was in the furnace!
Yeah. Oh my god!
How do we get more coal?
You don't.
I thought there was so much yours off.
Sorry?
That's why 3 years off.
You don't. You go get more coal. Alright, fine. I'm fucking taking it with me. Once you're out of coal, Grant, it's sabotage time.
Okay.
Here we go! Oh my god!
Oh. No! No!
Wait, so does pulling the lever make it...
All their
make
brakes, yes.
Okay.
Makes them go slower.
Alright, cool. No, Desi, I see what you're doing!
Stop him!
No, you're
Stop that turbo!
That's Yosh.
The rabbit has the bomb! Oh shit.
Oh. We're still in the lead. We just need to be in the lead for a minute.
Lucky flag.
Oh, fuck, I roasted myself! Damn, grab!
Oh.
I'm coming to assist you!
No!
Oh,
Oh fuck.
oh fuck.
Oh god! Don't grab me!
Don't grab me!
I'm stopping it from throwing you!
Don't you dare!
As I throw
You threw me in the fire! You threw me in the fire!
Your turn!
You threw me in the fire!
Sashara, how couldn't you?
Sashara murdered me!
Remember all the white from the stripes.
Don't beat it.
Oh.
Sashara was just straight up gremlin mode just then.
Oh, this one. Alrighty. Let's have a little...
I've been told Gremlin Me is very funny.
Good to know. Oh, Sashara, Dazzy, you have characters in Goblin that are like level 90, right?
Correct.
Sort of, yeah, they're level 90. I haven't done the...
Jazzy is a noob, he hasn't finished the story yet.
Okay, I haven't finished the story yet either, and I want to get the anima weapons. However, the anima weapon is asking me for a lot.
What part are you on?
The part where I have to like get some light, but you can only do it from like some particular trials, and one of them is like, oh, efficiency-wise, just run the Eyes of the Father or something like that, like 20 times.
It's Alexander.
Alexander, yeah.
No,
I'm not really cured to do that yet.
Sashara, what?
Oh fuck. Because I can't let you in. Damn.
I went against Sashara.
Code Savage.
Oh.
I went against Sashara, but...
All right, I'm just gonna. Oop.
Sarah, why? Sarah,
You're not allowed
stop!
to play the video game. It's my
I don't
turn.
want to play the video game!
No, it's
Mom
my
said
turn
it's
to
my
play the
turn.
Fantasy!
This is fine.
My turn. Mom said it was my turn!
No, Morse, it was my
Oh,
turn.
well, I'm dead. Well, I'm dead.
Oh, I got shoveled in the face.
Yeah, fear my shovel. Sorry, boss.
Oh my god.
Sorry, Dread. Sorry, Dread.
Oh my god. Ow.
Oh.
Are you right, Sarah?
Oh, no, I'm deceased.
How many brain cells am I holding up?
1.
20.
Oh, my face.
Just let me do it. Stop shoveling me!
Yeah.
I didn't see.
I'm sorry.
This Yoshi is a menace.
Come on, just let me play video games.
Morsel. Yeah, double.
Enough with the
Come on, Desi.
fucking
Come on,
shovel.
Desi. Come on, Desi. Come
All
on,
right,
Desi.
all
Let's
right, you
go.
want it?
Oh my god.
I'll kick you. We'll do it.
I'm gonna jiggle you. I'm gonna jiggle you.
Grant's just like, can't risk him having the shovel. Gotta get rid of him.
Oh my god, no, leave me alone!
Jump, jump, jump.
Oh, if you're on the oppositions, it reduces their score.
Yeah, you can
Oh,
hit bombs to
interesting.
reduce this score.
Oh.
Grant, get out of the way. I'm trying to shovel Grant.
Target names.
Okay, you've been holding on to that for too long. It's my turn on the shovel.
No, he's got a shovel.
Ow. Okay, I deserve that, Dread.
No, stop! Quit your shit! Quit your shit! Quit your shit! Stop kicking me!
Oh my god.
There we go.
Oh, button is next time.
All right, we need someone with on the console. I'm on the shovel.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Horse. Oh.
Aha!
No, Sarah.
I don't want to play a video game.
No. Mom says it's my turn. I never
Ow!
get to play.
Damn it! Morse got me in the head.
No, what do you mean? I don't want to get to play. It's bully me. No.
Grant, let's use a shovel. Get used to the back technique to this.
I'm
It's like
sorry. I went for Sarah.
revenge force. Revenge.
Revenge.
I'm sorry. I went for Sarah.
Oh, wow. Death by Choubail.
Oh yeah!
I just fucking kicked Sarah's face into the screen.
Did it.
Oh my god.
Well, that's what you get for mistreating your consoles.
Oh, so close to another level then. Oh, I'm having a fucking ball.
No, it's football.
Football!
Beast
We
football.
already play soccer.
Called AFL, the Australian Foot Fighting League.
No, football.
No, this
league.
is the Animal Fighting League.
Fun fact, did you know that the only reason we have AFL is that it was meant for the off-season of cricket?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Did you know that, Morse?
No.
What about you, Sashara? You're Aussie.
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah.
And now I do.
I'm a motherfucking genius! Oh. Sports ball! Let's go!
Get him! Get him!
Run it, Grant. Run it. It's awesome, you too.
Nice.
No! Come back here with that. Ow. Mom, they hit me.
Oh.
You're right, Daz. Come on, shake it off.
Oh my god.
Oh, you use up stamina when you're holding the ball. Jesus.
Yep.
A lot of it.
I think you use up stamina holding most items, don't you?
Nope.
No, not like this.
It's designed so that you can't go from one end of the field to the other just by running it.
Yep.
Throw it!
Yeah! Football! Okay, it's just like, you can't call it football if your hands are on the ball. Otherwise, it's handball. Yeah, but handball is a different set of rules.
And also, handball, we need 4 squares for.
Yes. Actually, I've played, like, alternatives where it's like, you can have, like, up to 12 or 8.
Oh, yeah, we had some of those in school as well.
Yeah. The rules were arbitrary.
Such what you doing.
Go, Morsel!
Oh, shit!
Get it, Grant!
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Look, there's unnamed fumbling it, and me picking it up to get it the rest of the way.
Just no stamina. Just drops it immediately. All right, I'm done.
Imagine if you had that in real life, like just a lot sooner of like just getting tired that quickly.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Morris, you grabbed the wrong person.
Good. No! It hit the post! I was trying to throw to share a caught up to me, but it hit the post.
Come on, Grant. Have the ball!
This area needs to fucking throw it!
Daz!
Ball. Come on!
Daz, you're holding on to me!
What?
Oh, you gotta hold it to get a point.
You did.
That changes things. Also, how did you get it through the hole?
Who's that good?
You can't fall in the hole. I don't know.
I mean, this is pretty much as violent as rugby, so...
Yep.
Jazzy, no. Jazzy, no.
Fuck. Well, there goes my strategy.
Man.
I don't even know how that happened.
All 3 of us just running to this ball, and then it just like finally clunk. We're just walking it in. And then one of us grabs it at this point here.
Fucking code is just being carried by you 3.
Hey, what? I like to be carried, okay?
Darn it.
I mean, who doesn't want a bunch of big, you know, hunky people carrying them around? I mean, that's why in Pokemon they have Machop to carry around.
No, fuck off, Sashera!
Throw it, Grant.
Fucking mayhem here. Jukes!
Gotcha, Sack.
Wiggle and wiggle.
No!
Let go.
Oh.
Why did you let go?
I ran out of stamina.
Ah! I'm out of stamina.
Do you just naturally throw it? Oh, someone's grabbing me.
It's a Shara.
What a dumb Sash. Run it, Yosh!
Run it!
Get out of my way! No! No!
No! Yeah! Yes!
I'm like, no, get away from me!
Hi, Hylian hero.
No! No!
I think most and I fucked up by grabbing each other.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh my god, Desi, your arm like stretched. Throw it, Dredge! Throw it! Throw it! Throw it!
No! Oh, no!
Where's the ball? I had it. I was gonna run it out.
I was trying to run it out as well. Let's see. Let's look at the tape. Oh, we were all struggling.
I had the ball.
I had Sashera.
I had the ball.
No, I think Sashera still touched it and managed to get her hand on it.
Yeah.
I wasn't sad. Maybe it was.
Ow.
Run, Grant! Run!
Yeah!
Ah!
Run like you've never run before!
I dropped it just as I hit the end field, and I was just like, oh, look at it go! And it's right here. I let go because of stamina.
I was being held off by Morse. Morse is all you're coming with me now.
Oh, who kicked me in the head?
I was desperate.
Go Code!
Why am I gotta be so fat?
Victory!
Oh my god.
Let's see. You just see Sesh rolling and I'm chasing after her. Yeah, Code! Oh, fantastic. How is your evening going, Hylian hero?
Oh. I'm just having a nap. I'm just gonna
Eight
sleep right
strong
here.
together. At the last second, just like, Urgh.
Just fucking just elbow me right in the throat. Just fucking my throat.
Imagine if you could do this like IRL while drunk without any of the bruises.
Right?
Would be nice.
All right, surprise egg time.
Oh yeah, I think I got a few as well. Might as
I got a
well.
surprise egg.
Pull the lever.
Who's the lever? Okay, you want the okay? Hang on.
We'll pull the lever.
Pino croc.
Oh,
No,
cool, I got-
Code, not that lever.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got the shark outfit.
Oh, nice.
I don't like.
Well, Grant,
any
you
of these
did
things.
save me to pull the lever.
It's true.
You guys are insufferable. All right. Ding. Hey, I got new emotes. Do I? There's just a lot more emotes.
They got the rabbit to dressed up as the guy from Fist.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab that one if I can.
Get 10
It's 12
in-game friends. All right, I need how many more friends?
12,000 cookies. Oh, the Luna Bunny one looks really good.
The Luna Bunny is really pretty. Although, if you don't want to try and avoid the cookies, there is one available in the weekly achievements if you do quick matches.
Oh yeah, I did notice that.
Party up and complete 1 quick match, complete 10, win 1, win 10, win 5 consecutive matches in quick. I don't know how we're gonna do that.
What have I got? How do you check
Dazzy's
it?
managed to do that. Like I said, he's cracked.
Oh!
Yeah,
Oh,
5
I-
consecutive wins.
Yeah, I got that one.
This morning, so a bit. Wait, so what is it?
How do you check the weekly
The moment
thing?
of.
You gotta go into quick match.
I did check it before, but I can't remember how I did it.
Oh, so many of these are like quick match related.
Yeah, a lot of the achievements are quick matches, because then otherwise you could like farm them with friends kind of thing.
Yeah, I guess. But then there's like ones where it's like, oh, who did that? Where it's like you can do that as a you know, spectator and such. Get Unfriend. Nice. Alright, so weekly refreshes in 1 day, 5 hours. Daily doesn't refresh for another 5 hours. Alright.
Who was that? I had the boot and then a boom.
Hi, Ripper! You just got home from PAX. Sorry you couldn't make it. That's okay, that's okay. Oh! Quaggles got back in contact with me. They've never heard of you before. They understand that you probably have seen their name because of the DCS mod that they created on Git. But that's it. Alrighty, so Buzzball is fun. Trebuchets, not so much.
We do have a space open if Ripper wants to play.
Yeah, Ripper, do you want to play? We're still playing for like another 15-30 minutes. Alright, Lollipop Factory will stay on. Do we want Into the Game to remain? I'm looking at like the different maps and seeing what to turn off and turn on. Cause like I had a lot of fun with Buzzball, Beast Hockey, the Lollipop.
I thought Into the Game was okay.
Okay.
Like I didn't hate it. Like Trebuchet was kind of.
It's one of those ones I think you can take it or leave it with that one.
Yeah. Plus, I feel like we're all at relative okay level. But yeah, safely afloat, like, you know, Daz and Sasha are just like, nope, this ain't fun.
Once somebody gets it going, it's too late.
If you're only playing that long, I might not be able to make... Wait, what? I thought you just got back from... Oh, you probably need dinner and other kinds of shit. Alright. Nice.
Ah, there we go. So I'm at level 8. So level 10, I get the bacon outfit.
Nice. Alright.
So what level do you get the Luna Bunny in the level ups?
Not in level ups, it's in weekly.
Ah, yeah, I thought you said there was a way to do it without doing the cookies.
Do we want to do Last Man Standing with 2 teams?
But if you do 8 teams, it's every man for himself.
Gonna get a rip.
Alright, we'll do Last Stand and Ichiban, Broken Arrow, Labs. We didn't do Wind Tunnel. I like the beat up bridge. Icebreaker. Alright, I think that's a good random assortment. Alright, it's a solo game. Let's get rid of the AI. We don't need them. Alright.
Yeah, we don't need no.
Yeah, Ripper's gonna jump in. Alright, it should be a pinned message for the name of the custom match and the code you need to use in order to get in. Unless, do one of us have you as a friend? Oh, friend.
Friend. Eat friends. I mean, what?
Oh, friend. Oh, hang on.
Oh, is this like they have friends in this as well as in like?
Yeah, they keep them separate for, which I guess is bound to happen because of the whole.
So you can add, yeah. So you can add
Xbox
people.
Thing, yeah.
Yep. There we go. Should I jump in the Discord? If you feel up for it, you can join in on the Discord. We got room.
Yay! I got one friend.
Friend for Yoshi.
Friends.
Yoshi. Oop, Up. They've asked to. Yep. Invite to join. Gong. Let's see. Where are they? You're in my Discord, right? Oh, there's Ripper. Alright, awesome. They're in.
There he is. 3 of us with plunges on our face.
But I can't get into that. No. So go into like stream waiting or something like that and we'll drag you in. That's the rules of engagement.
Harpooned.
Yeah, we're just gonna go click and then bonk. Watch this nonsense.
It's the vetting process.
Don't. It is the vetting process. Because 2 of the peeps in my chat have not created nicknames in here, so all I see is R and S.
Urs.
Urs.
Erp.
Urs.
Urs.
Hello. Hello.
Someone's joined the Discord, and now I get to back myself up a little bit further against Grant.
Oh my.
Just getting stuck between my titties. Just
Back that booty up.
back that booty up.
Back that booty up and make it pop.
Apparently, I hadn't set a push to talk key yet because this is a brand new install of Discord.
Oh,
yeah.
what?
My Windows install exploded.
Oh,
no!
That was fun.
How did that happen?
That's a word for it.
Hello.
How do you think it happened? John Microsoft
Sharon
came
bought
into
the.
the
Oh,
door
I
and just
thought for
started
a second
shooting
that Sharon got
everything.
the rabbit.
Oh no, this was from last week.
That's not the RGB one. That's the.
This is the moon rabbit.
That's just
Okay.
the normal one. And I got Bruce.
So it's not the rainbow gay rabbit. It's just the regular rabbit. Okay.
Actually, I think this week's the gold one.
Yeah, so this week is the gold one. Last week it was silver.
Ah.
Yes, I play this game too much.
Oh, that's a
I'm
cute
sorry
little
about that.
owl. I like that. That's cute.
It's a cute owl. All right, it's every man for
Green is
himself
the
here.
best flag.
You mean every man and woman and thing?
Why me?
Oh god, it's been at least like 5 seconds. I don't remember the controls.
Oh, no!
Alright, I've remembered enough controls.
Sorry for that.
Don't you? Do you want to die, sir?
If I die, I'm taking you with me.
Oh, I'm dead.
It's about that.
Kill us all! I'll kill us!
No, it's a terror! No! No!
Oh, my glasses!
Wait, I'm
Can't
alive.
think without my glasses.
Am I alive? How did I live?
Oh my god. Oh, boss, what the fuck? Boss!
Thank you.
So, Sharon, you want to die?
Don't you dare!
Oh god, it's
Yeah, I'm
broke.
bailing on this.
Hold it up! Hold it up!
Ah!
Oh, my stamina! My stamina!
Break!
Yeah, on this.
Just
And there goes all
everyone,
the bananas.
everyone's throwing nanas.
Oh! Ooh.
One of those is gonna break.
Oh no!
Oh, no, 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 no!
Oh, good work, guys.
Hello. How's it going?
Oh,
We have what this.
Dazzy!
Yeah, what's up?
The disrespect.
I just hung out and bumped you all out. Didn't kill anybody that entire round.
Oh, someone's got a taser.
That's not true. I killed Dreadnought. I did kill Dreadnought.
Oh gosh, someone's got the bat skin. I love the bat.
The
The bat is
amazing.
adorable.
Fun fact, the bat was a fan contest winner.
Well, those fans knew what they were doing then.
Oh my god, Dazzy. Are you thrilled?
Yes.
Don't worry, Dread, I got you.
Oh. Damn it! The fans went fast all of a sudden.
No, Dread, no! No, no, Dread, no! No, I don't consent, Dread, no! No, Dread, I don't consent!
Who's Grant? I didn't pull you there. I just need... Alright, where's Dazzy? I need to get rid of him.
Why?
too powerful.
What do you mean? I'm lagging.
You know what? I'll kill us. I'll kill us all. Get near me. I'll open it. I'll open it.
Shoot my back.
How are you the only one that died there?
Shoot me?
Oh, that's awkward.
With skill, great skill.
Oh, I immediately got beamed in the head by a moon pie.
Oh crap! Nope. No! It's too close.
It doesn't bode well for Moon Moon.
He's just too powerful.
I'm lagging. What do you mean?
It's not the power. It's not the lag.
That's it. I'm killing us.
Energy.
Oh, this is interesting.
Oh.
I think Ripper won that one. No more. What?
Rabbit bias.
Sorry, Ripper.
I got me a bird.
Now flip him.
Don't flip him.
Oh no!
Oh my god!
I just killed Sash.
I'm not dead yet, motherfucker!
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You are in a second now.
No. I somehow made. No. Me, I'm your friend. We put a brain cell.
Okay.
Sash, get back down. Get the stairs, no.
Sash, no. Oh crap.
Punch wildly.
No, once I get back up.
What's the fuck is Dazzy doing? No!
Oh, okay, Ripper won that one. Okay.
That was some chaos happening on that other shield.
Yep.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare! No!
I don't know what happened there. I just fucking nailed shit. No.
There we go. Oh, thank you for the follow, baby 2 million.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Truce Ripper, okay.
Okay, ready? Let's go die. Come on, let's die. Come on.
Hold it, Cicera. Hold it.
I'm holding it. I'm holding out. Why?
No. Let's get him. Cicera. Let's get him.
No, don't be nice.
Oh! Ow. Oh, Jesus, Greg!
Oh. No! Damn you, Code!
Oops.
You killed us both!
Oh, damn it, I almost made Code slip.
Oh no.
Oh, Code, yeah. Code got greedy.
I went to grab the handle and I just didn't get a grip on it.
Oh.
That's what she said.
Ooh, goddamn you, Morse! Goddamn you, Morse!
Sorry, Daz.
Oh, it's understandable. But I died. I died. What happened?
Like
I have no idea. Oh, I just kicked you. That was the only thing I did.
I think we absolutely just kicked him to death.
Riding that pole. Look at me. I'm just riding the pole. No!
I'm no threat to anyone, Sash!
Just riding that pole.
Oh, damn it.
What's with you and being suicidal, unnamed?
Yes.
If I can't win, no one can.
It's like the teacher plate.
Oh, the cat went meow.
There is something hilarious about the cat's little meow when it gets knocked out.
Code is still alive. He just hangs on.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
I tried.
Thank you, party animal lords. Be your favor today.
Oh, right at the get-go, Code just decides to no! Ripper! Ripper!
I would have picked the tennis racket like a friend. Is there anything like more disheartening than getting knocked out before you've even taken a single step?
Yes. Well, no, actually, I was trying to say no. There isn't anything more disheartening than having to throw a fucking stone.
No, no.
I'm sorry, Grant.
I got you, Grant.
I'm sorry, Grant, you're dead. There's no way, Grant.
I'm
There's no
still
way.
right here.
Bye, Grant.
Guy on names. Ah! Oh no! What happened there?
How did Grant not die?
With a great degree of just like not wanting to die.
Whoa! Riddle's just like, ooh.
The fire that burns in me was hotter than the one around me.
Anyway. Get off.
Well, Smash, you earned that
Ride that pole. Ride that pole. Oh no!
Oh, good.
No, no, no,
Oh,
no, no!
No, 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 no.
Wait, Daz is still alive!
Daz is still alive? Yeah!
Alright, there we go.
Why is it every time I'm on the gate, it just like...
Oh my god!
No!
Alright, you know what? You want to fight?
Then we got pass between like 4 people then, jeez.
Beyblade!
Oh no! I'm in a shovel! There's a fucking shovel! No!
No! No! I dropped the shovel! Don't let him have it! It's unlimited power!
Throw the shovel! Why?
I love how Dancy and Unnamed have the same gremlin energy going on.
Grant, what are you doing?
Are you
Stop!
Are you both ready?
And then it's like, wait, I'm not gonna get anyone with this. I need to put the shield up.
I'm just looking at the window right now. To
Grant, why are you trying to pull it the other way?
I'm trying to get Dazzy.
Little
The
blood
shovel's
feud's
still there,
going
by
on
the
right
way.
now.
The shovel's still there on the ground.
I see what you're doing, Dazzy.
Oh.
No. No. I like this.
No, no, banana! No, banana!
Oh no! What are you doing?
Oh, Dancy, no! Dancy, what's wrong with you?
Let's go, Grant, together. See you alive.
No!
Oh, shit!
No!
Get fucked, Dancy!
Woo! Oh my goodness.
Sees people behind their shield and just goes
Oh
down
my God.
this thing and winning.
Oh, I'm just going insane.
Game will do
Several
that to you.
realize I have no sense of. Oh god.
Oh!
Sorry!
Sash, truce. Truce. Okay,
You
cool.
say Truce and Morse just never stop swinging.
Oh,
You died! No, no! Deliver!
I'm gonna die. Wake up, kitty!
No!
Wake up,
No,
baby!
stop!
No! Morse, what are you doing?
Morse has
Morse
issues.
has gone into a frenzy.
As you do this game.
Alright, let's just take Morse out.
Just recruit that Morse needs to be put down.
Oh! Jesus, I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Oh.
Wait,
Code.
how's Morse not dead? Grant, pull.
Yep. Got it.
Holding the door. Hold door.
Hold door. Hold door.
Hold door.
Hold door.
Oh
Hold
no,
door.
Leva!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Hey, Ripper.
So,
Oh no!
I somehow managed to make. Oh no, he's got the Wawa sticks.
Roll out of the fucking way!
That's what I'm calling those from now on. The nunchucks are Wawa sticks.
No! No!
Oh my
No!
Grant was completely the victim there.
Just every
saying, don't let
time.
Ripper win.
Knocked.
Get him, Yoshi. Yeah, I know you're kind of out on that one.
Get the spin down, don't mind me.
Throw Dazzy.
Oh. Oh.
Whoa!
Oh, I'm dead.
Not yet.
Yeah, I was already dead.
Whoa!
Oh!
My God!
Not sure what happened there.
Do you know how to take him off? Okay, yeah, you do. Oh no,
I hate
Ripper.
to say it, but that's also gonna break.
Throw him, throw him.
Tazzy's body just whee!
Whee! Oh.
But the gods decide.
Oh, Ripper.
Oh my God.
Respect.
Nice.
I just got fucking yeetest elitist.
Oh, good thing the teams will be randomized. We would go with this free-for-all to be unbalanced.
Yeah.
How many
I'm
games you
taking a
put into
selfie,
this?
guys.
Just the ones that we were missing, so shouldn't be anything we've already played.
All right, cool.
Oh, except Icebreaker.
Never mind.
And Bridge.
I'll play all the games we didn't play except these two.
Except these two, because I like those two. I don't know if I
Don't
put.
fall.
Sorry.
Don't fall in the water and stay alive.
Staying alive. Staying alive.
I think there is a way to break out of the ice when you freeze, though.
Is there?
Nope, not in the water.
There is, but not on this map.
I was gonna say that's like some schoolyard like Halo like. You know, if you do the library in under 2 minutes.
Don't let him
like,
get it!
that's
Don't let him
it.
get the frying pan! Oh, I'm getting away from that.
I know normally there is a way to break out of the ice. Like normally when you get the ray gun.
On this map, it's kind of blocked because you're in the water. You can't.
No! Dread, no! Damn it, Dread.
I
Damn
gotta
it. No. Damn it, Dread, you've killed us both! You've killed us both!
Oh no! I'm betrayed so hard.
I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah, me either.
There was no way I was headbutting you in that.
There was a great degree of bullshit in that one.
Oh, here we go! I'm the
No!
God!
Oh. Come on, swim! Swim! No! I'm named!
It's okay, he's been trapped.
I'm being trapped! I'm dead.
Getting rid of this.
Don't you dare! I'll get rid of you then!
Go on a bet. Oh my God!
Code, why are you jumping into the water so much?
No. No. Oh,
shit.
just. Ow.
that was unfortunate. The desire to bully Code cost me dearly there.
Wake up!
Oh.
Oh, come on. Let go.
Oh, good. That close shot.
No.
There's so much crap flying towards me. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's not good for me.
All right, get ready, chat. We gotta. Oh, never mind. just had to.
You worked so hard that round, Code, and you came out on top. Good work.
Good work, Code.
I'm so bullied.
Oh my God!
So many people trying to kill.
Someone's just bullying his Taz right now.
No! Leave me alone! I was AFK playing my phone, no.
Oh.
Oh. No.
No.
Oh, I flailed. Ripper into the water.
None of us will survive. None of us will survive.
No.
Oh, hello.
What is that? Get away from me. Ah! No! I just got out of the water.
Come on, you bastard, climb!
This is your tomb!
Oh. Okay, Grant. Just needed a drink.
I'm sorry, you're not.
Grant, why? Grant, why?
Oh, shot in the face and punched in the back of the head. You'll have beat the birds.
At least you got goggles on. That went on your right in your eye.
Well, safety first. I mean, obviously.
Get back in the water, Boris.
No. No, I couldn't stop grabbing on the. I couldn't stop grabbing on the morse.
I know, a lot of people have that.
Oh, no, get off me! Get off me! No! Ah, no! No!
It was your own fault for trying to be a boob.
Ah! Dazzy's just standing there!
Jump me!
Oh,
He's not like, I ain't gotta do shit.
I ain't gonna do shit.
Oh, bum.
Ow, Desiree!
Oh,
Let's go! Let's go!
I'm gonna break the tie.
I am afraid.
Sorry,
Rip.
Daddy. What
so
the
worried.
fuck?
That just went flying. I hope the spinach was worth it.
Oh.
This is fair. This is fair.
Oh! You know what? I deserve that.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
There's the Wawa sticks.
The Wawa stick. They're called nunchucks.
Nope, they Wawa sticks now.
Yep, Cap has officially named them the Wawa stick.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, God, Yoshi.
Look at mid-air. That's how good you.
Oh,
Nope.
kind of like this.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh, that was a trick shot.
No, you don't!
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's bad. I'm dead.
I'm sorry, Nazareth.
It's fine.
That was a good shot.
It was.
Oh, my balls.
Oh no, I went too far.
The fucking plunge.
just right to the face.
Just pop.
That was like the Danny DeVito memes that said. Oh no, you don't.
Oh, please. Oh, please.
I tried to use Morse as a human shield and I got carded for it. Tried to use the bond as armor.
Come on, let me out of that. No, don't!
See, technically,
Oh, Jesus.
if you grab the bond and hold them in front of you, that's like wearing fur armor in D&D, right?
Oh. No code!
Oh man, I made some
grabbed on your
enemies there.
head. I just grabbed on your head like, nope, you're going back in. You're going back in. Ow.
Oh no.
Be careful with the slide on this ice.
Oh.
Oh man.
Grant with the Wawa sticks.
Not the rumbly woodies.
Oh, I hit myself in the head.
Oh fuck.
Grant, leave me alone. Stop it.
It's backfired.
Oh, Morse stuff. Down here, Morse, come with me.
Oh, that was unfortunate.
Who threw the moon pie at me?
That was me. This is the ice cube zone. Join us, guys.
Oh!
Oh!
Ah, no, I froze.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Come on! Okay, hell with this.
Come on! Come on! Now it's just gonna be up to RN Jesus.
Or is it?
And his mom.
Ah!
Thank you, Grant, for progressing the game, even though you didn't want to.
Yay! Yay!
Oh, I probably could have.
Uh-oh.
Oh. I do Morse not.
No! Oh my god!
Oh Jesus! Oh my god! I'm just dead.
Oh, wait, I'm dead?
I'm out of bounds. I just
Yoshi
went
killed
right out
me.
of bounds.
I'm dead. I'm already dead, Yoshi. I'm dead.
Bomb. Oh.
I got kicked so far off the map. You can't even see my body like at all. It's just gone.
Sorry.
I got sent to orbit.
Flail madly!
Let it go! I'm taking you with me, Grant.
Oh, I don't even know why I did that.
No!
It was worth it! It wasn't worth it! Ah!
Was it worth it?
Really,
I
Grant.
forgot you can't freeze when you're finished!
You Sokka's best friend.
Can't.
Knock yourself out with Sokka's best
I don't know
friend.
if you can or not, but I've never seen it happen.
He just did. He knocked himself out with it.
Oh, no, I mean, like, freezing while you're finished.
Oh.
I've never seen anyone get frozen while you're finished. It's almost like a super good Could be wrong.
Grab the spinach.
Oh, no.
Well, we're gonna find out.
No.
Nope.
See what I mean, though?
Yeah, see what you mean. Now it's
Okay, do you wanna
basically
do
down to
something
RNG Jesus.
Oh no.
Nope, Grant won.
Yeah! Oh, no.
Already.
Oh, you can freeze!
Well, there we go. We just learned something new.
Okay.
I think it just takes a bit longer.
Probably.
I'm gonna throw both of you in. Oh my god!
Rip them in half like they're a wishbone.
What the heck is happening?
We're fighting over the pan, and the pan's gone. Give this a name. Do this.
I regret my actions, not out of guilt, but just from the fact that you fought back.
Not out of guilt, but regret.
No, it's a Jared, get off!
Don't look at me! Take me with you. Take me with you.
What is the plan there, Grant?
I was trying to throw you. Oh.
I'm going in! Hey, Ripper, let go of me!
No.
Let go of me, Ripper!
Oh god, the Wawa stick!
I hit myself.
I am in Spain without the A.
Ah.
Back to Sash.
No.
I got called back to the beginning. It's like, hey, look what I found. You'll never guess.
It came back to me.
No!
No. No, Ben.
Oh, that might be my downfall. It was my downfall. And he's still alive. Dazzy is still alive.
So black. Must be fast.
Oh, that's probably one for me.
Oh no.
No, it won't let me swing.
Survive code.
No!
Oh.
Come on.
Oh, no.
Get.
You deserve this, Yosh. You deserve this. You deserve this, Yosh. You would have won too.
Alright.
Oh my god.
Alright, you and me, Sash.
Oh, I'm already unconscious for some reason. No! No! No!
What are you two doing?
Inflatable mallet.
How's he doing?
Just what the tennis racket?
Oh no, I'm fucked.
No one else see that?
I did not.
So.
Dreadnought fucking grabbed me and just started swimming off the map.
Who did?
Dreadnought.
I not died!
How are you not dead, Code?
Oh fuck.
How is no one dead? The number
She's
of
Humans are dead.
Just trying to stay away from all the people that are extra dangerous.
Daddy's getting a lollipop, just FYI.
Fuck up,
Oh
Sash.
no. He doesn't have the handle.
Never.
It's useless.
As this was
Let me
spending
out!
extra long trying to pick up a lollipop and falling into the water doing so.
Stay away from Grant!
He says as he
Not
kicks
okay.
me in the head, don't you dare! Get back up, come on! Yes, come on, get back up! Oh, not the frying pan.
Sorry, Grant, I'm actually meant to go for Ripper on that one.
I mean, it's fair enough.
I think Code needs glasses.
I do have glasses.
You need better glasses.
Oh, that was just mean.
Oh! Oh!
Oh, got wrecked.
Are you kidding me? The number of times code has been blasted off and he had to survive, and I fail. Oh.
The longer the match goes, I think the quicker you freeze.
Yeah, no, I get that. I understand that.
No, drop it, you. Oh, god damn it.
Morse, how?
Wiggling. I'm wiggling.
You're wiggling.
The power.
You're wiggling here.
You guys see me right off in the back with Dread dragged me off.
Oh, I got punched across the map. What the hell?
That was me.
Oh, there we go. Got the wibbly wobblies for once.
Oh no.
No. Wake up. Don't fucking freeze.
Don't you dare.
I'm back, baby.
Oh no, get away from him.
Oh no!
Okay, I avoided that somehow.
I'm out.
Grant, stop him.
Whoa!
Wow, boss, you lived.
I apparently did, yeah.
Way to survive that. Oh, not make that mistake again.
Oh no, the water.
No more shovel.
No.
No.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
It won't let me out.
Get me off.
Okay.
I don't wanna.
It gets US.
Ow.
Unnamed, you can't let Sash Sarah win. Oh, you.
There goes the fucking shovel.
Oh fuck.
Ah, damn you, Sashera. Well, at least you won't win this one.
That's your fault, Graham.
No, it's your fault. You didn't have to drag me down with you. You could have suffered. You could have followed the rules of nature and suffered.
Like hell.
Oh, what's going on here?
You're upside down.
There's not really much I can do about that, is there?
Yep. Fucking ninja! Oh, I knocked myself out.
Alrighty. No, you're not getting the lollipop. Oh, Dazzy.
I got edge guarded like this was Smash Brothers.
I don't know how, but I did.
My fucking face! Oh, Dazzy!
For the kill.
Unnamed, stop it!
Oh, I can't.
I can't move my other arm, it's stuck with the plungy.
You know what?
Morse! What are you doing, Morse?
Morse is like logging in on GrantZeebs.
We'll never leave you.
No, I got it.
Oh no.
Ow.
I'm just gonna
No,
hold
pick it up.
water.
No.
No!
Oh!
Oh, get back.
I froze trying to get up.
No.
My victory! Mine! Sorry.
Well done, Grant. Well done.
The only thing I regret,
Grant.
the only thing I regret was losing.
My only regret was losing.
Daz is having a nap over there while all of us are trying to kill each other.
Amazing.
The way of the couple.
The whale. Oh, broken arrow. Okay. This is going... I need to be careful.
Terrible movie.
Broke. Is it a movie?
Well, there's
It's
movies
an
and
operation.
books on it. Yeah.
Yeah, there are.
Oh, on the operate. I thought it was called Broken Arrow, not like the operation it was based off of. Anywho's.
It's like the little guy in his little navigator bubble.
It's happened for 5 seconds.
What the fuck? No!
Yeah,
I'm just like, yo, what fuck, I'm taking it with me, Dread.
No, not again! No! Oh, sweet bomb, thanks for the bomb.
Explosive.
Ooh,
Nicely done, Ripper.
Oh, that was unfortunate. Oh, I'm just dead.
Oh,
Yoinks.
Red!
I got my just sweet moment of assassinating Daz. I looked cool in that moment, and then now I didn't need to live anymore.
Oh,
I'm taking it.
oh, that was a good. Oh, no! Oh, Sash, you do no quarters, Sash. There, you were like, I had a mission.
Oh, I had a mission, alright.
No!
No.
Oh, Daz didn't even get hit off, he just fell.
I told you I have input lag by a second and a half.
Oh,
Sash, you good?
Oh, did I win?
No.
No,
Okay, there we go.
I played possum.
Can you like just leave yourself dead?
Yeah.
yeah, you can just lay there. What?
The propellers.
Dreadnought just got murdered.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Oh shit!
What was all the racket about? No.
That
No.
owl needs to be stopped.
Nicely done, Ripper. Nicely
Hang
done.
up on the owl.
Ripper needs to be stopped.
Okay, I was gonna be in the middle. I think I've seen this one.
All right, which one's Ripper?
I'm just
There you
fucking
go.
lead us
The
to
owl.
lead us just off.
It's by Morse.
Come with me, Ripper!
Oh no!
Morse did the sweetest spin move.
Do a flip.
Like how Daz has just decided this round would be over too quick.
I can't do anything.
Oh no.
What was that noise coming out of you?
Yes. Oh. Dreadnought's jumping on my back!
No! I didn't think this through.
Oh, no. Let go of me.
No.
Run, Red, run!
Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate.
No.
You've done it.
The cat emoji.
No, crap. I wasn't paying attention for like 2 seconds.
Shit.
Again. Don't slide off. Don't slide off.
Get that owl.
Oh
Not like that, Grant.
Rip, throw the bomb! Get rid of it!
no! Careful, Morse.
Like,
There's a taser. There's a taser on the other wing.
Not once freezing, that's not worth it.
Oh no. Oh no. Ripper.
Everyone trying to get Ripper.
someone betrayed Morse there trying to hit me.
Go Beeps, I believe you. Hey, Scribbly Noodle. Hey, Scribbly.
Nicely done there.
You want to play?
Grant, I thought you were going to call it soon.
Oh, what time is it?
It's almost 10:30.
6:30 a.m.
Oh. right, we'll get
So
through
it's
the last
9:30
of
for
the. We'll get through the last of the thingamadoogies then.
No, and Scribbly's just vibing anyway. And fucking Ripper's just sitting there on the thing, just like, hi guys!
I got a crown.
Every time I go up to the front, I get the crap beat out of me.
Hmm. So, how was your hotel con, Scribbly? Because you were like just sitting outside of PAX Australia, weren't you?
Yeah, I didn't get it. I didn't have a ticket either, so there was a lot of sitting in the courtyard.
I really wanted to go, but just I keep forgetting when it's on.
No, that's not what
I got to hug Mega, so it was worth it. Good day.
I went to one of the local ones here in town, which was really good. Managed to get myself a small anime crate with some stuff. One of the little mystery boxes. The only thing was I got 2 copies of My Hero Academia Vigilante issue 12.
Oh, that's cool.
So you go for his Wawa stick.
Well, no, because I got 2 copies of it, which means now I've got a copy I gotta get rid of.
Somebody say giveaway. Ross, please. Ross, we can talk about this.
Let's go! Talk is over.
You damn right it was.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, fair enough, Code. That's understandable. You know, I still haven't figured out how to just shove people like that.
Oh, no! Damn it.
So you can pick them up, and if you press X quickly, it's sort of like a shove.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
What face does?
That I don't know. Morse is. Oh, I see someone trying to struggle. Oh, actually, no. I'll keep you alive, and I'll see. All right, Code, can you stop moving for a minute?
No.
Thank you. Oh, damn it. Come on, one of you has got to fall. I want to see Dreadnought win.
Wait, what? Why is... Oh!
It would have been so good. They were on the main rope, and then they jumped to a plank. It was incredible.
Mouse immediately tried to kill me.
Nope, I'm on.
Need you with me, Ripper.
Woo!
Gosh, you win 2 games and suddenly you're a target. That was just mean, whoever did that.
Man, I'm just chilling out here. I'm just chilling. I don't know, I got throwing moon pies and shit. Oh my god!
That was a punch!
Oh!
Damn.
Get rid of it! Get rid of it!
No!
Get rid of it!
I tried to get rid of it, but it was still in my head when I did the jump.
Where's Ash?
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Just now I was getting rid of Kurt.
Stick him in there. Stick him in there. Stick him under the rope. Get in there.
Don't you dare push me into the...
Please, me!
Uh-oh.
Get in there. Push him in the hole. Push him in the hole.
What the? Daddy!
What?
It hurts!
Oh,
I've joined you.
Get off me, get off me, get off me, get off me!
No! I've been taking a step.
Wait,
This
under
whole round.
the bridge? Oh no, he's on the bridge. Okay.
What are you doing?
Oh no! How low can I go? Stick it out. How low?
Oh shit!
Ow! No.
Oh my god!
Oh, where'd everyone go?
Brad's like, wait, where did everybody go?
I literally turned around to pick up a taser thinking, oh, this is gonna be so good.
Fucking Ripper pulled me off and then Daz followed us. Like, hey, what are you guys doing? Oh, why with me? Hey, we play Minecraft?
Whoa.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was
Oh my
that was a
god!
hell of a kick.
Hold
Ooh!
on. Hold
No,
on.
no, 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 no! No, don't
Grant,
you dare!
Grant. Remember that.
You'll remember that.
Clementine will remember. Oh, there's Grant.
Oh, okay.
Dreadnought is just holding on for dear. Oh, no,
Oh no!
Is it random luck?
That was an inappropriate moon pie to the face.
I think it's an element of randomness. Oh.
No, Rip, let go.
Wait.
Ow! Sarah right in the face. Stop
I'm
it.
trying to do something. Y'all are just standing in the way.
Alrighty, let's
we
go,
go.
Dazzy. Oh, okay. Dazzy and I are just like doing jousting right now. Alright, you ready?
Morse is
Do
just getting
you
just
like my little magic trick on them?
Morse has been tied to the
That's
bridge.
amazing.
Help.
I was like, yeah, just, what are you doing?
Oops, indeed.
Whoa!
No, you know what? I'm gonna.
Oh, not again, Ripper!
Look.
Ripper surviving by the skin of their ass.
Just running on top of bodies.
Oh, okay, bye.
Oh,
Goodbye,
well.
everyone.
No, not again.
Oh,
I don't know how that happened.
Now it's just a game of hang on.
No,
I'm sorry, name. You're dying. No.
No.
Now it's a popularity contest with. Oh, okay. Whoever the spectators like the least goes first. Why is I saying that?
I gotta keep dodging the spectators.
Oh, no!
Why is everyone throwing
I was trying to get to Sarah as well.
They grab a little loose.
Now it's just a game of hold the fuck on.
Alright, hang on.
One of them
Hang
doesn't
on,
win.
hang on.
We'll go for it. Oh, they both have a win. Okay, don't mind me.
Oh, she still got the win. Alright, where is she?
Why are you like this?
I pick my battles, is how it goes.
Whoa!
And he picks poorly a lot of the time.
Look, everyone complains about my threat assessment in MTG, but I'm not wrong.
Oh, Ripper right in the...
Unnamed is doing the strat. He learned the strat.
oh yeah.
Oh. I was panicking. My morning alarm just went off.
Oh no.
I was like, where's it coming from?
That's alright. I gotta call the fire alarm, dude. One of my alarms keeps going off at the same time, randomly each morning.
Fuck.
Oh no! Goddamn bomb. Grant just doing the hold on method.
Oh no, Grant lost his sunglasses. They have no power. They're no longer a threat. I want to whip.
Mine would kick.
Oh, that was unfortunate.
Oh no! No, don't have me, Vol! I still...
Dude, Vol killed you with the premature F.
Yeah. Now you can F him, Vol.
Now, Vol's already got their F. They're not allowed anymore.
Alrighty, there's Ripper.
Oh. I didn't do anything!
Oh.
No!
Oh, wow!
That
I think
brings
this is
fun.
I think this is the longest I've seen. Oh, no, there goes Daz.
There goes Daz. Nice work, Morse.
I did it!
I won.
No.
Oh,
Oh my god,
Yeah.
Code.
No, Grant, let go! Let go!
Somebody get the bomb!
Let
Okay,
go.
good.
Get me!
Let's go, Ripper. Let's go, Ripper Mania.
Oh, no. That was dirty. I was.
I'm still alive, by the way.
I got sent to. I'm in a different game right now. I got sent back to Gang Beast.
Oh god.
You got sent back to stick figure beat up.
Oh my
I
god.
got sent back to stickdeath.com.
Oh my. Wow.
Oh lord.
Ow, that's my brain.
Get brained.
Wait, you had one of those? Wait,
At some point.
Oh my god, Vol is like, what if I told you it was a grade and not a show of respect? Thanks, Vol.
No. No. No.
Yoshi brutally murders Rabbit on camera 2023 live. Best pranks.
Let's see. Oh.
Oh, by Morse.
Hi guys! Why? They're the one dangling for dear life.
I'm gonna die here.
Aww.
I ran out of stamina.
Everyone's being an asshole to me.
Yep.
Quick, everyone drink, kill yourself, make it a stick.
What if
Spread out the tides.
If Furdu does an IRL party animals thing, complete with all the drinking to help us not feel this pain.
It's called assault.
Well, no, not unless you consent.
Oh. Wait, please tell me at least 20
Which case I think it's called disturbing the peace.
Hey, don't throw it at me.
No, I'm throwing it at Sash. I'm trying to get rid of Sash so she doesn't get the win.
Oh, this is unfortunate. I'm right next to target number 1.
Oh, boy.
Unnamed why?
Oh, that was a dodge roll. Sweet dodge roll.
Stop moving, Sash!
Stop her! Stop her! You have the power!
I'm trying! She's not staying in one spot!
You have the power of God and anime on your side. Do something.
Throw her!
It's up to me!
We got a real collection of
It won't! God, it won't already!
Oh no!
No, don't do it! Don't do it!
I'm just gonna climb.
Oh no!
Fuck this. Oh no.
How is it still standing?
Yeah!
How is the bridge still there?
Oh, that bridge looks like how I feel.
The bridge is how we all feel after 2020.
You fucks.
Oh, goddamn you, Code!
Betrayal!
Betrayal of the highest order!
Uh-oh.
What are you gonna do about it, Grant? What are you gonna do, huh? What are you gonna do?
Give me a second.
It's gonna hold up to your life. Uh-oh. Ripper? Ripper? Huh?
Oh, that was unfortunate. That's not how that went in my head.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! You're gonna hurt yourself!
No! No!
Oh, this is tense.
Just saying, if our name wins.
Oh.
Oh no.
Come on, Code.
No!
Oh no!
Oh. What?
Hang on, buddy.
Hang on, Code!
Yay!
What buttfuckery was that?
Oh
my God. Oh, just...
So
Grant!
Grant, that was mean.
Hi.
No, I just wanna... No!
Oh my god!
Oh.
Get that husky out of here.
Just fucking launch myself. Oh, I meant no.
Hey!
Hey! Oh, here comes.
Oh.
We gotta give Dread this round. Yeah!
I don't think this bridge is
Now
up
we've all had one crown.
No,
Now we've had at least one. Yay.
Oh, that was mean.
That was your fault, Satch. You should have let me just have my spinach. Let me eat my greens.
Oh no!
Josh, why?
Gosh.
You died too, didn't you?
Nope, I'm alive. I somehow managed to survive. I held on.
Oh. Here we go. Oh.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Nah!
Okay.
Oh no, unnamed, what are you doing? Oh.
What are you going for me for?
You can't
win.
No, I've only got 1 point.
Oh! No, Unname's gonna win.
What exactly? Why would you go for me?
Because I wanted to throw you off, but I ended up throwing myself off, so I had to throw you off.
I got with the mood pie. I got bead with the mood pie. Oh, fess up now.
That was me.
Okay, fair enough. Understandable. Have a nice day.
I mean, you threw me off a cliff, so...
It's a conga line.
I was just gonna say it's a conga line.
We've reached the custom game daily XP limit. Damn you. Oh, not this.
Wait, hold on. You can throw rocks at enemies to knock them out?
What?
Yeah,
Rocks?
just like in real life. Thank you.
Oh my god, you did not.
He did.
No, let me do it.
Fine, you gotta have the pan more.
Grant, why?
Make some room.
Oh.
I killed myself.
Just standing over the top of fucking Trent.
This throwing rocks is not working very well. I'm just throwing them.
Jazz.
Oh yeah, I have a second spot.
Oh, get caught in the crossfire between all the weapon havers. Non-weapon havers unite. You have nothing to lose but your points.
Why me?
Oh, you mother...
No!
Okay, there's gas up here. I don't want to be up here anymore.
Yes, so alive. Jesus.
I'm getting Dazzy. Somehow, people survive this nonsense.
That was unfortunate.
It's due to a lot of determination and a hell of a lot more just not wanting to die.
Damn, I'm dead.
Beeps me too.
I was gonna say, Wallace, I wouldn't be out there.
Oh, is there
Gas coming up? Yeah.
I misunderstood how it worked.
Yeah, so the gas will come in from the left of the stage through to the right.
Oh, it's the back.
Well, it depends. It's random. But
Really? I thought it always came from left to right.
No,
sometimes it'll settle in the left corner. Sometimes it'll settle in the right. Sometimes it'll be center.
Moss misunderstood the rules of the games, but understood knocking me out the first 2 seconds.
Oh, hi, Dazzy.
Oh my, what the fuck?
I don't know how that got sashed.
I think because I grabbed hold of the thing, it must have conducted
Its
the electricity.
electrical current must have got. That's cool though. Like, it's obviously a metal statue, so it makes sense. But goddamn.
I was balancing on that
God damn it,
taser for like an hour.
I got stuck on fucking Morse's dead body.
Dazzy's just hiding like at like the weird like crack of the floor.
Well, whoever's dead, throw shit at
Come
him.
on! Come on! Come on!
I got stuck balancing on that taser for like a good 2 seconds, and then that got used as a golf tee to send me to fucking Narnia.
Is this Sash still?
Sash just getting knocked out by some random mooncake.
I'm good. Although it's getting a little tense up here, I might just come down.
I'm good. I'm just
right into the Wawas.
Oh no!
Oh no!
I got hit by the gas.
Oh.
I was waiting for Dazzy to knock himself the fuck out.
I was
I'm
hoping
shocked
so.
it didn't happen.
I feel like my own.
Oh my! Oh! Wow!
Hey, and it's couples only.
Help me.
No, I can't. I can't. I can't. Get off me! Get off me! No! This is your fault, Sash.
I can't get up.
This is your fault. This is.
I didn't knock Morse out, but I sent him to the other side of the map.
I mean, you did knock me out.
Oh, did I? Okay.
Hang on, guys, Dad's still hiding down there.
Yeah, that's why we've just been throwing shit at him.
My castle.
More midpies.
I want more midpies. Get him out of here. That's worse. That's worse than moon pie. Oh. Don't be mad about my master strategy, alright?
Oh, that's a master strategy, is it? That's a master strategy?
It is.
Ow. Fucking knocking out the dinos.
Oh!
Everyone throw shit at Dad. He's climbing up the wall.
Yeah, I'm trying
gonna throw
to.
shit at it, don't you worry.
Oh no, he's called out.
The gas is up there.
Why is there a moon pie embedded in this statue?
Oh!
See ya.
My face! Why?
Ah!
Oh! Ripper no doubt lives.
I want to thank everyone for this wonderful victory they've gifted me.
I guess.
I got you covered, buddy.
Oh, my spot.
Ugh.
I will observe the mortals from afar.
No!
Great, you should have
God
come here.
damn it,
Everyone's
Dred!
doing cheese strap.
God damn it, Dred!
They're all down their crevice.
Hi, Moss. Hi. Hi.
Are you guys both on the pillars?
Hi. Fuck your pillars. Oh, oh no.
No, I'm sorry.
Shooting me for like 90 seconds straight. No, I'm sorry.
No!
Well, don't mess with my stats.
What do you mean don't mess with your strat? What strat?
No, my statue. Ow.
Oh, your statue. Also, Daz, get out of your fucking hole.
No, it's mine.
Oh, okay, fine. Here's a gift for your hole.
Thank you. Doesn't affect me.
Why are you blowing his hole?
Aww.
Jesus, Sash.
Oh, Sash.
I was trying to get that.
I know. I know.
Morris, if River wins, it's over. He's gotta go.
Oh no.
Morse, get Ripper.
Oh.
Ripper's swinging his stick around.
Get Daz. No,
Oh,
no.
That's probably it.
Boss! Put that thing away!
Look at the way he's walking, holy shit!
Morse is an absolute creature right now.
Oh no, look at Daz.
What's new?
Delicious cake. Delicious.
Wait, Morse is alive?
Morse coming back to life!
Oh shit.
Oh, it's coming from both sides now.
I
Yeah,
believe
so
in you,
he'll
Morse.
settle in the middle of the same spot. Oh no!
I no longer believe in you, Morse.
Morse, have a moon cake. Ow! A
Oh.
moon cake!
Oh,
It's gonna come down to who's gonna die first.
oh.
Wait, can they both die from the gas?
Yes.
Yep.
I died.
Yes. It was a lucky moon pie shot from me.
You see, I stopped believing in Morse and they won. It's because I went all in my belief.
That's true. That's the secret to winning is having Ripper
Daz.
come in all in on you.
Yeah, what's up? Hi, Grant, you're dead.
It should have rewarded that with a quick betrayal.
Well, you did, Grant. You
Oh,
had that.
Dave, why? Also, everyone throw things at Shaz and Shashera. Everyone throw things at Daz and Shashera. They're hiding and.
Why? I'm being a good boy. I smashed that with rock.
I'm just role playing as a cat, you know, observing
see,
from
look,
up
look.
high because I'm the Lord.
I have that rock.
Place of power.
I have that rock.
Get yourself knocked out.
I have that rock.
Okay, somehow I survived that shenanigan.
Oh.
Dazzy, there's a bat coming for your ass.
No! God damn it, I named to kill me.
What? I didn't do anything. I wasn't even there. I'm dead.
Ow.
Body.
Wait, no, it's Morse. I cannot betray him again that quickly.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh,
Gotta kill Ripper. Why?
Ow,
Why would
why?
you stop him? Now it's over!
Morse,
Oh,
we've won.
Does anyone
you
see
realize
that?
There's two other survivors currently, aside from you, Ripper.
No, I can't see them, so they don't exist.
Long live the kitty!
Fucking just knocked out.
Oh, nice
You
shot.
keep that owl in his hole.
This one's a weirdy map because it's like sometimes it's like, oh yeah, the gas will get you fast, and then there's others where it's like, I don't know, the gas does
Certain
what it
areas
does.
are out of the gas.
Red, no.
Finally, she got a win.
Everyone went for the spinach and everyone paid the price.
Hey, there's Bryce!
Why?
Well, now...
I'm out of the hole now, motherfuckers! Now what?
Why this? Why this?
Hit it. Let her
Oh,
rip.
jeez. Oh!
Well, I'm straight up dead now because I'm off map. Good job.
Thank you.
No!
I'm here to help. Says you seem stressed. Let me help you.
Oh, Jesus. Wait, where's Sarah?
Ow.
You're
I'm
on
off
the map.
map. I was standing on top of the wall, someone moved past me in the face, and I backflipped off the map.
Ow, Dad, why?
It was actually very beautiful and artistic.
No, Ripper, no!
Oh no!
Double drop kick.
I feel like Dazzy's devolved into hysteria.
As much lag as I have.
Well, I got killed.
Oh. Ah! No code! Oh.
I dare you to come down here and fight me.
Where the hell are
Everyone
you?
just throws shit at Dancerous. Ow.
Ha!
Why?
I bet you twice in the face. How are you still alive?
With a great degree of determination, and I'm fat. Ow.
Oh!
I keep moon pie. Keep my friend. Keep moon pie. There you go.
Oh, thanks for the moon pie.
You're welcome.
I hate it.
Oh. I made that though.
I'm stuck.
Oh, you're right.
Like, I can't move.
You got this, Yosh. You got this, Yosh.
Oh
got
my
this.
god!
You killed us! You killed
don't
both
have
of us! You did this!
Moss, why?
Oh yeah, Grant's really stuck. Hold up.
No, that's great.
No.
That's Grant's problem.
Did you get to playing with Wawa sticks?
Oh jeez, he really is stuck.
You're gonna get stuck as well. You're gonna
He's
get
really in there! There we go.
Yes!
Help me, stepchad, I'm stuck.
Oh no!
I wish to live!
Spazzy, calm down for the
Easy.
Oh!
Oh!
The ball!
Everyone moon pie Therese.
Yeah, now
Hell,
on.
that's cheating.
Hit me down, motherfuckers! Got another on me.
Somebody throw a bomb right on the pillar.
You know, as soon as you run out of stamina, you die, right?
Oh, no.
Alright, hang on.
We're just waiting for the pillow situation to get resolved.
Yeah, because I can't see Dazzy from up here. Hang on a second.
Oh! Oh! I got this.
Okay, he's not on this one. He must be on. Where's? Oh, there he is.
No,
He's on the
down
ground,
now,
he's on the
down
ground.
now.
Fucking Dazzy got full ground and hit his
Ripper, you're not supposed to hit yourself with that. Nice throw.
See, I just intended to do that, but properly.
Sons of bitches. Get out of here, Grant! Get out of here, Grant! This is mine!
Ah!
I killed Grant!
Oh, curse you, Dazarus!
Oh my.
Oh.
How the fuck did Dazzy live? What?
Because he kept doing his fucking bullshit, just getting away in all the safe spots.
I'm just built different, I guess.
You're not built different, you're just built cheap.
That's
We're getting
exactly
through the most just gave me head. What's going on?
Bonk.
Review levels in Grant's chat that you can play even if you have 1.5 second input lag.
With how many second input
my
lag?
God. 1.5.
Oh my gosh.
How many more do we have to go?
I have no idea. It takes so long to get 8v8. Grab one for themselves, I guess.
I see Z put like jailed in the chat. I'm assuming that's when Grant got put into statue jail.
Yes.
I can't believe I won that.
Jailed.
Oh, this is rude.
That's all Bonk. Bye.
That's rude. That's just.
That's what you get.
That was a
That's
well
right.
played last game, that's all I'm saying.
Oh no.
What
Here
did that
comes
accomplish?
Yeah, Joey.
What did that accomplish? Oh no.
Oh, that bomb's like a bad influence.
What are you doing?
Don't use me as your meat shield. Oh, I knocked off Grant's glasses.
No.
You can steal the Grant's power.
Sash is just too powerful some days.
My tired energy's taken over.
No! God damn it.
Oh, that's not good. Uh-oh.
Oh, well there goes one bird.
One bird, one opportunity.
To seize everything that you know.
Fuck!
Here we go.
Oh?
Oh no!
Nice, unnamed.
Well done.
Well played, Zach.
Oh, that was unfortunate.
Wait, who hit me? Wait, what?
No revenge!
Sharon, what?
Let's get the box.
Good luck, everyone.
Oh no! No! Why? Let go!
Ah, no, Grant, no! I said no, Grant.
I didn't hear you.
I didn't give consent.
All right, get Sashera out of here. Oh.
No.
Oh, jeez. This is for us. This is for us.
No, the bomb. Oh, well, this is over.
Yes!
It's over for Morse.
What kind of BS was that?
No.
Oh my God, Ripper.
I got so lucky there.
You survived the bomb is what did it for you.
I don't know what happened. I'm just lucky. I'm just glad to be here.
Ow. I love how the music when I got hit just went.
Oh.
Awful. Oh, Seymour's. Good luck.
Ow. Ah, bomb. Ow, Rickle, why?
I don't know.
Let's eat up the bomb in the hall.
Yeah.
I get a plate right for doing that.
Yeah, before the clock.
Oh, god damn it, Grant.
Grant, I fully support that decision.
You're a bastard.
Almost. We almost know.
That's fucked up.
I backed the wrong horse.
You backed the wrong horse.
Just watching as they both just
Yeah, I was trying to grab onto the chain, and I just kept grabbing Morse's unconscious body.
Again, I have that effect on people.
People's can't keep their hands off you.
No.
No, Moss, let go! Let go!
No!
No! Moss,
No!
let
Don't
go of
do
me,
it!
Moss!
Don't do it!
Oh no! I bet the wrong horse again!
Anyway.
I saw you do that, Code! I saw you do that.
I went to drop kick Grant and ended up in the turbine.
No!
Oh no 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 no!
From me, Grant.
Hi, Morse.
Hi, how's it going?
How's it going?
Oh, not there!
My stamina, my stamina. Oh no. Oh,
Cassie,
no.
why? I live, bitches!
Oh yeah? Oh yeah?
Did everyone survived that?
Nope, not you.
Well, I mean, everyone survived the black hole.
That's not good.
Not me.
Ripper, are you still alive down there?
No.
Oh, okay.
I just haven't been mulched fully yet. I'm yet to be mechanically separated.
Hi, Desi.
Bye, Daisy.
You know what? I got cake at the end of the day.
Just head first. Yeah, so you just head first straight to the grinder.
Oh no 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 no!
Oh, that had like
I took a calculated risk, but damn, am I bad with math? No, you are not getting the mace.
I think I'm holding this right.
No! I'm terrible. I'm doing really bad this time round.
You bet wrong, Morse.
Morse does not have luck with the chain.
I will save you.
Oh, fuck. Well, shit.
God damn it, Sash! Not again! Not again, Sash! Not again! You can't keep getting away with this!
You can't keep getting away with this.
And I would have got away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids.
You fool!
Oh no! No, Sash! How dare you! Oh no!
We're all dead.
We're all dead.
Orange, you take the wheel.
No, someone.
What?
Hello.
Oh, wait. What?
Hello.
What?
Question mark?
Oh, all I know is we know who's gonna die now.
Oh, please.
What did I do?
You won twice.
I didn't do anything.
No, that's me. No, please, please don't. No, don't do it. I'm a virgin.
My chain.
Let's see how the chain treats me this time.
Code.
Satara, no!
Yes.
Satara, no, let go!
I'm not even holding on!
We believe Morse. Hold on.
Please, not like this.
Ow, Satara! Why? What did I do to you?
Don't grab onto me.
Give me a lunch, nerd.
That's Mr. Nerd, thank you very much.
Morse, do you prefer nerd or Mr. Nerd?
Mr. Nerd was my father.
Fair enough. Oh, hello.
No, Ripper, let go!
I have let go. Oh, well, that was unfortunate for me.
What's up, guys?
Red, you've doomed us all! No!
Yeah!
Jesus! Alright, Grant.
Ah, no!
Fuck.
Oh,
Okay.
no, I'm not okay.
I don't think
Sash
Grant is
is,
okay.
Sash is trying to kill me.
Nobody's on the chain.
Get away from me, Dusty.
Wow!
Oh. Bye.
Oh my fuck.
So now it's down to unnamed and Grant.
No.
No code.
What? I just want to cause a bit of a racket.
No, you did not.
Alright, I regret bullying you this much now.
Get off me, shit. This.
You have to die for the pun, I'm sorry.
No.
No.
Don't you dare.
No. Wait, I'm alive?
He's still alive. The puns are too strong with code. They're too strong. They make it powerful.
Don't worry, we killed code. We're safe now.
No! Sarah!
It's not my fault Shashera doesn't find me punny enough.
Somebody help.
No!
What is happening?
Wait.
Oh, what?
What?
No!
Oh.
Oh no.
I should have lived. I just didn't.
Oh, hi Dazzy.
Hi, Grant, what's up?
Oh, not much. What's up with you? No!
This is basically gonna come down to a game of who wants it more.
All the fucking 4 bombs, holy shit!
Grant! Get up, Grant!
There we go.
Oh, no, it's over! Oh no!
It's down to RNGesus.
Astounding.
The minute the gravity turned off, I rolled. Yeah!
Absolute insanity.
Oh. Mine. Yeah, sup, what's up? MVP right here. So,
Why is the owl looking at my titties?
so as the gravity turned off, because I was on a box or something holding on to it, I essentially just rolled over it. So the game physics was like, oh yeah, you're rolling. So it gave me the traversal to roll forward and give me the momentum out of the circle.
That's bullshit.
Amazing.
It worked.
Fucking amazing.
It got me the victory.
I'm pulling the lever on you, Grant.
Oh. Woo. All right. All right, I'm gonna move over to the chatting screen and get the background music started up again. Oh, that was incredible. That was
Honestly, that was a good match.
That was some of the best. Oh. All right, let me move you guys. And can I flip you upside down? Yes, I can. Hang on.
Oh god.
There we go.
It's okay, the Australians don't have to worry.
I'm die now.
There we go. Alrighty.
I'm not Australian. I don't have the resistance against this.
Exit the lobby and get all that. Oh my gosh, that is so much fun. This is a high note to get off as well, since I won't be streaming for the next 2-3 weeks.
Oh no.
I'm gonna be on vacation mode. I'm gonna be up in the United States of America. America. I'm going to the United States for a wedding. My grandfather is helping me get up there for a family friend's wedding and such like that, and I leave on my birthday and all this kind of such. So it's gonna be some fun nonsense. So yeah, there's not gonna be any streams, no collabs. I don't have any TikToks or YouTube contents to share. It is quite literally just gonna be me disappearing off the face of the earth, except on Twitter and Blue Sky and maybe Discord. No video games. So, which is very important that any of you that are here should go and check out some of these people that you see clinging onto the ceiling, unnamed, since you're the
Why am I on the ceiling?
Because I didn't want you down where all the fighting was, because there was a mountain in the way and all that kind of shit.
Oh, Thank you for getting
Also,
me out
I-
of the
I
line
just-
of danger.
I just noticed that all of us are upside down except for Dazarus, who was upside down when he's in the normal state, and now looks like he's the right way up.
Lol.
I just use my tail to
Yep.
hang on. That's all. It's the tail.
All right, hang on a second. Live on Twitch. There we go. Ding, dong. So, first off, shout out to Unnamed. When is the next time they might see you streaming?
They'll probably be seeing me on probably Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central Time.
What is...
So
Actually, my chat is filled with Americans. They'll figure that kind of nonsense out.
they'll figure it out.
They'll figure it
Central
out.
Time doesn't exist.
They're all smart cookies.
They're fooling us. It's a lie.
Don't ask me what time it is in Australian time. I'm extremely tired. It is now 7 a.m. and I've been up for about 24 hours now.
Yeah, it's been a long ease.
11:30.
So yeah, if you guys are not in the American time, Sashera is in the Aussie time. When's the next time they might see you streaming?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, they will be streaming at some point. They're not going to abandon you, like I am.
No, I am very sporadic with my stream, sadly, but that's a thing.
No, fair enough. What about you, Ripper?
Should be tomorrow at 1 p.m. Australian Daylight Savings, Eastern's Daylight Savings.
Okay, 1 p.m. That's let's see, because it's a 7 a.m. right now. Go back 9 hours. That's 10 p.m. their time. So
That sounds about right, yeah.
sounds about all right. Alrighty then, and then good old Morse. You're
Hello.
American, because you go on.
Nope. Yes, I am American. I stream Tuesdays and Thursdays at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I don't know what that is EST. I think it's like 11 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
The day after, so it'd be like Wednesdays and Fridays.
Alrighty then. And then we got, good old Code the Yoshi. I'm sorry we're not going to be able to do any more D&D night with the boys.
What am I gonna do without my D&D on Friday? I'll just have to cry. I'll have to cry every Friday because I can't do D&D. But I am gonna be doing some Divinity Original Sin 2 tomorrow, 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's good. And then last but certainly not least, a fucking powerhouse of streams and such is Dazarus. You do like 5 days a week or some crazy nonsense.
12 hours a day, 6 days a week, minus Fridays.
Amazing.
8 p.m. CST until 8 a.m. CST.
Goodness gracious. Alrighty then. We need to have a look at who it is that we're going to raid. I can see Zephora is on their After Dark account. I don't know why. Why do partners make After Dark accounts? I don't understand. Like,
she said she made it when she's feeling not energetic enough to work on her main account.
Oh yeah, that's what Duper did too.
It's so they don't mess up their analytics because Twitch cares.
yeah,
True.
I guess. So we got Zip doing some party animal nonsense. Trash Chase is always online. Do you guys have a recommendation of someone that's online that the chat might enjoy?
Cassafel's playing Berserk.
I think there's Nom the Non-Believer, I think, is live. I don't know how long they've been going.
I've also got Wozler doing some Detective Pikachu.
How do I spell Wozlo?
Wozzler.
Ozzler.
Yep.
And then Scribbly's like, oh, Nom is lovely. Wait, which one's Nom?
Nom the Non-Believers.
Who? Never heard of them before.
I think they've come around a couple times.
I see them in chat a lot.
Yeah.
I don't really catch too many of their streams because they run a bit late for me.
I think they just go by Nom. Isn't it Nom the Non?
On Twitch, yeah.
Yep. Oh,
Yeah.
they're online. Okay. They're just taking a quick break, unfortunately. They've been up for...
Force them to come back.
Yeah. Force them to come back.
Go live right now, Maj.
Let's see. So we got Detective Pikachu. I think, speaking as a himbo, I think we're gonna go into Wozler as they themselves are also a himbo because they have certified himbo on their shirt.
Another person who wears their him bonus on their shirts.
Hey, it's a great way of repping the brand. Okay, it is a great way. So let me get their thingy because they're doing something a little more relaxy. They're not like what's the word I'm looking for? In a be right back screen or anything like that. So the people in this thingamadoogie should hopefully have a nice time with Wozler. Let me get the raid going.
Oh, this actually might be the new Detective Pikachu too, by the looks of it.
Ooh.
Nice.
We're crashing your stream. All right, short message. Party's over. We're crashing your stream. It's short and sweet. I can't think of anything else.
I mean, I thought it was pretty good.
Thank you, Sashara. Otherwise, I just want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Unnamed, Sash, Ripper, Morse, Code, Dazzy, Cap, if you're still in the chat, thank you so much for joining in with me for the party game stream. I think I should be back to doing streaming in November. I'll probably go for something like a lot more like lo-fi in terms of like getting just random peeps playing like, I don't know, Fortnite or something like that, because just grab 3 random peeps from the chat that are interested and move on and yada yada. But hopefully I'll come back from the holiday refreshed with some interesting games or maybe a new franchise to go through, and I'll see you all next time.
Remember to bring me back a gun.
I'm not bringing you a gun.
Oh, come visit me. I'll get you one.
No, don't. I'm not giving Code a gun. We have discussed this already. I'm not going on a plane with a gun.
Look, we'll go. Come visit me in Texas.